the waffles are really good. I'm told. I guess I have to drive what, about 10 hours to get down to where the sweet potato waffle. That seems like a pretty doable.
If I was to drive for 10 hours, I would probably have gone through like 4 different.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second season of the EU House Rivalries League. I'm Necker. I'm going to be your desk host today, and for starting off, we are going to be joined by Delta and Paradox as our analysts. So we have a couple of things that just maybe to recap the very first season of House Rivalries that we had. It started off in Year of the Raven, and we had a powerhouse team in Intrepid Fox that went undefeated in the Swiss rounds and then also went undefeated in the playoff bracket. And we're going to be starting off with them today. It's going to be Intrepid Fox versus Oro Esports to start off this season of EU House Rivalries for round one of Swiss. And I can't wait for Delta and Paradox to kind of tell you a little bit more about these teams. So, Paradox, what can we expect from Intrepid Fox today? And how do you think these decks are different than what we saw in Year of the Raven, now that we're in Year of the Dragon?
Okay, so in Year of the Raven, like from the rotation of Year of the Raven to Year of the Dragon, we lost quite a lot of cards that had an incredibly high power level. We lost the legendary weapons,
Mm-hmm.
the hero cards, like almost all of the strategies are just gone now. And now we're left in this format where people are trying to do the most unfair things they can. And we've seen that mainly it's revolving around warrior and rogue. These are the two classes that most of these players are going to be trying to either target in general. Like we see in Interpret Fox's lab, for example, they have stuff like the Mecha Warrior, the big like dragon control mage, the big shaman, and the rogue. And their strategy for the most part is just going to be ban away the rogue, because rogue is very, very powerful, and then just beat up warrior with either inevitability through the Mecha or just playing a bunch of big minions and just forcing the warrior to just run out of answers, which can be reflected in their ban strategy for the series. Both teams have banned rogue, and I think this is going to be relatively favored for Interpret Fox. Or Esports has
Okay.
not brought a warrior deck that is that great in the late game matchups. There's one Heckle bot in the warrior, which may make a difference in the mirror match, maybe, but bot's going to keep up their at this point 11. No, it would have been 10, like 9-0 from last season. It's going to be 10-0 today, I think.
All right, so maybe we're going to be seeing Intrepid Fox continue their reign in the EU House Rivalries. But Delta, now let's move over to Oro Esports. We know that Intrepid Fox is running these really big late game decks. What can you say about what Oro Esports is running and their chances against Intrepid Fox today?
Well, Paradox touched a little bit upon it. Intrepid Fox has a general plan around all this. Besides the rogue, everything in their lineup is built to beat the standard control age double Elysiana warrior.
Mm-hmm.
Oro Esports, on the other hand, has the more traditional warrior with the double Elysiana approach, which is of course, really good at beating, for instance, rogues or beating other aggressive decks, but will struggle a little bit in the mirror. The hunter they brought is a standard mid-range hunter that we saw plaguing basically all of the last after the Rastakan Rumble, but it's now been renewed with this without Rexar and stuff like that. It's still a really good, solid deck and beats warrior, of course. And then you have their mage, which is an interesting mage. It's a much more controlly anti-aggro variant of the mage, because the both of them are running the dragon conjurer mage, but they're running different top end or bottom end, where the Oro Esports is running something that beats token druid and rogues, or not beat, but have a bigger chance versus them. While Interpret Fox is running a more heavy anti-control, anti-other mages, much more end game variant of it. So it's interesting to see these two styles of play, because we see a lot of the same classes, but a lot of different decks.
For sure. I think that's something that's really great about the fact that we are in Conquest. So this is the mode that we're going to be playing for EU House Rivalries. We've got just a standard Conquest like we saw from the last season of competitive Hearthstone, which I hope is a breath of fresh air from all of the specialist format that we've been seeing so far. But let's move into predictions. So I think that from what we heard from Paradox is rooting for Intrepid Fox. But you want to give us a little bit more about maybe how they might win and what they might start off with on their path to victory today.
I think that it's mostly going to be revolved around the warrior from or esports can get that crucial win. like again because of how heavily teched Interpret Fox's lineup is in that specific matchup.
Mhm.
I think that the Hunter is a realistic chance. The Mage maybe can get there, but I'm feeling very confident in Interpret Fox today. I may be forced to buy Delta an ice cream if he picks or esports and wins.
All right, so Delta, I guess that brings us to you for our final prediction before we head into this matchup. Is it going to be Oro Esports or is it Intrepid Fox continuing their reign?
Well, seeing after bans went out and seeing how the lineup shake out, I'm worried about Oro Esports. I hate agreeing with Paradox because it's not something I love arguing with him, but I think he has a point with the Interpret Fox there. I would love to see Oro Esports actually not banning the Rogue and have a way to get their warrior through with the Rogue, but they had other plans. And like Oro Esports, there's a solid good team behind it. There's a solid good players, and they probably have a strategy going into this. So I hope they study the cards right and believe in the heart of the cards so they can get through. But it seems like Foxes will continue to win streak.
Well, I'm really excited to see what's going to happen between these two teams, and I'm even more excited to introduce our casters that are going to be starting out our first round of Swiss. It's Dollar Bills and Cinder, and I'm going to let them show you all this amazing Hearthstone action.
Thanks so much, Necra, and man, oh man, I am glad to be back, Dollar Bills. Welcome back to the cast, my friend.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I'm glad I didn't put my foot in my mouth too bad last time, so that you let me back in your house for this one.
Yeah, I think we talked to our mom, and she said that it's okay if you sleep over. So
fantastic.
We're back. So Intrepid Fox versus Oro Esports. This is going to be exciting stuff, Bills. This is the undisputed champion team from last year going up against Oro Esports, and they've got a somewhat spicy lineup. Bills, what do you think?
Yeah, we were talking a little bit at the top of the show that even though 3 of the classes are the same, they've brought different. The 2 mages are pretty similar, but like 2 very different warriors. Even the mages are teched differently. Like Delta was saying, the hunter versus shaman. Obviously, that's the battle of the two fourth decks. One of the side effects of Conquest, right? It's like there are 2 decks. In this case, warrior rogue. They're both very strong. Right. And then you sort of have like, your mages have been sort of the go-to third deck. And then like, what do you bring as the 4th one? Mid-range hunter versus really, really big shaman, right? We have the muck morpher into big bad archmage, Ysera, walking fountain, Alakir, just like huge shaman.
Yeah. And that's been such a surprising deck, when the cards were being revealed ahead of the new set. I don't think people really latched on to the power of the Muck Morpher, right? And it's just turned out to be such a strong card. If you just put those powerful defensive cards in your deck with Alakir and that Walking Fountain, like the Muck Morpher can just absolutely swing the game on its own, and then you back it up with Ancestor's Call and Big Bad Voodoo. And suddenly you just got like a board that's impossible to kill.
Oh yeah, and it just never stops because like that Muck Morpher coming down. Obviously, one of the things you really want to do as this Muck Morpher shaman is play Muck Morpher on 5, right?
Yeah.
You really, it's one of those cards that seems, especially if you're like just getting into the game of Hearthstone, like, do you keep a 5-cost card in your opening hand? If you're Muck Morpher shaman, you need a very strong reason to not keep that, because it coming down on 5 is so important, because all of your threats, just like you were saying, Alakir, Big Bad Archmage, Walking Fountains, you have the gas at the end of the game. If you can just sort of bridge all the way to that point, you're going to have, just do some quick math on stream here. Nothing ever went wrong doing that. No. The top 3 cards cost a total of 29 mana to play, right? So you're going to have late game gas.
I've got good news for you. The first game is going to be the Shaman. We're going to see it right now up against Oro Esports' Khadgar Mage. So what do you think about the chances of the Shaman versus the Mage? How does this matchup usually shake out?
Gosh, that's a fantastic, because the Mage classically, just sort of in a general matchups, if you go to aggregate sites and stuff like that, they'll say the Mage can outvalue a lot of control. Conjure Mage is a favorite against control warriors. I do wonder if this Mage is going to be able to generate one of those huge Mountain Giant boards that they're notorious for doing. You Mountain Giant, Conjurer's Calling, sometimes with the Khadgar, and all of a sudden, as the control deck, you're forced to answer 16, 16, or just 32, 32, where the stats
Right.
all at once.
Well,
And
I
one
tell
thing
you
the
what.
shaman does not have is like a twisting nether, so I'm a little concerned about that.
Well, it does have Hagatha's scheme, which kind of serves that purpose, but it needs time to build up. For this game, oh man, and the top deck too. This is going to go right into this. The Book of Specters right into the Mountain Giant is such an important early play for this Khadgar mage. This is how the mage builds unbeatable pressure in the early game, and going on the coin, that coin taking up the extra space in the hand, very, very important for the mage. So we're gonna see this giant coming down really, really soon, Bills.
Yeah, and we actually see one of the interesting card decisions made by Oro Esports. They are not playing Power of Creation. So I was just about to comment on how it's not very likely they'll hit a spell. Well,
there it
cast a
is.
curse, engage.
Yeah, and actually that's kind of important too. The Conjurer's Calling there, that's what allows the mage to cheat out all of the big minions, right? They plant that 8/8 giant early on. It's uncontestable for a lot of decks that early. Then you hit it with the basically it's a duplication, because when you destroy it and summon something in the same cost, well, there's pretty much only Mountain Giant and Grave Horror, and both of them are terrible outcomes if you're facing off against the mage. So this should be a full hand here. Oh, not quite a full hand, because they discarded the spell. Had they not discarded the spell, Bills, full hand Mountain Giant turn 3.
Yeah, and actually directly related to that, not only did they discard a Conjurer's Calling so they can't play this giant, but they discarded one of their 2 key copies of Conjurer's Calling.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, they now have 20 cards between them and certainty of drawing their Conjurer's Calling, and like Khadgar's in their hand. Obviously, Khadgar has other things it can combo with. The Astromancer is going to be probably going to be able to pull out something pretty big. The problem is Astromancer coming down on 7 is after that key turn 5 Muck Morpher, though I'm looking through Intrepid Fox's hand and I actually don't see it. So both decks somewhat not having exactly what they want in this early game.
Right. And the good news though for Intrepid here is that the mage is going to be giving them a little bit of time to power up that Hagatha scheme. Hagatha scheme already up to 5. At the end of this turn, it'll be up to 6. And at least with a little bit of help for the Wrath of Bear Totem. But they'll actually be able to contest that giant if they have enough time, plus the Hex as well. So they've got the defensive tools to kind of outlast this early aggression from the Khadgar mage. The question is, can they get to their own win condition before the mage refills and puts even more big stuff on the board?
Yeah, and if they have the opportunity, so actually we see a really interesting series of choices here. Bloodlust, Eureka, and Lightning Storm. Eureka is a card you already play in your deck, so oftentimes you're not mad at playing a third copy of that. But the one of the things that I'm a little concerned about also for this mage is they're playing, and this is pretty typical for Conjure mages in general, is they have a lot of tech cards. I'm looking at these mind control techs, and the big shaman doesn't necessarily go super wide until they kill you, right? They have to spend 10, 8, 9 mana on a single creature. They tend to go very tall as opposed to very wide. Going back across to this mage, though, of course, we see the best Twilight Drake you could get, but it looks like they're actually mousing over Keysmith.
That's, I wouldn't be surprised by a Keysmith play here. This is a slow matchup. Both of these decks have time to develop, and Oro Esports may be interested in trying to protect one of their big drops, either the Mountain Giant or the Twilight Drake, by way of a counterspell. There's not a lot of ways for the shaman to kind of poke out counterspell. Of course, we do see the ancestral healing in hand, so they could do it. But it's that might be what's going through the mind of Oro if they reach for that Keysmith.
Yeah, and I'm actually interested. I wonder if Oro is nervous about playing out. This is a quandary that goes way back to the old Handlock days. Do you open with a Twilight Drake or a Mountain Giant? It's basically, do you think they have Earth Shock or do you think they have Hex?
Yeah.
Trying to play around that, but we do see the Keysmith, just like you were saying, and there's that counter spell. So I wonder if we're going to see everything that you prophesized coming to pass.
And they went for it, in fact. And I also just kind of wanted to roll backwards to those 2 discovers that the shaman had earlier. Intrepid Fox actually saw 2 discovers off of the Voodoo, which were things they already wanted to play. Right, first they picked up the Eureka, and then they were offered in the second one Ancestral Spirit and Big Bad Voodoo. So like they just got everything they wanted out of those Discover spells, and they kind of have a hand that's kind of primed and ready to go. They just need a Muckmorpher to kind of get this thing going.
Yeah, although with the addition of the second Eureka, this is one of the few times where you don't mind ripping one of your 10 cost minions. Ordinarily, turn 6, you definitely don't want something that costs 10. But if you have 2 copies of Eureka in your hand, all of a sudden, turn 6 Ysera seems okay.
Yeah, not too bad. And the Ziliax does a nice job here of not only filling out the curve, but also testing for Mirror Entity, which was a distinct possibility there. So they have that information now, so they can kind of wind down the possibilities and try to suss out what that secret is that came out of the Keysmith. And with the Scorcher coming into hand, not as potent as it is normally in other matchups. So I wonder how long that's going to sit in hand in favor of these much bigger threats. So that Witch Doctor actually going to come out now instead of one of the bigger minions. Maybe trying to layer on some more protection for their big drops now that knowing that they lost that Conjurer's Calling.
Yeah, and actually I love what you said about the Mirror Entity, because the secret, especially when it comes off a Keysmith, is so much more difficult to get a read on, because it could be any mage secret. You don't have to, obviously the open deck lists affords you no help when you don't know what secrets they were offered. And so now there's thinking like, well, if it's Ice Barrier, that's not too bad. If it's Counterspell, that's bad. Is it Vaporize? Is it a Splitting Image? We don't want to attack into a Splitting Image, because if it gives multiple Mountain Giants. Obviously, they tested for that one already, but just
Splitting Image would be a disaster. Just doing the Conjurer Mage's job for them. Here, have another copy. So here they go, testing the Counterspell
and the Spellbender at the same time.
Yeah.
That is a heads up play, because I definitely I like to think that I would have known to play around both Spellbender and Counterspell with a single card that way, but I'll be honest with you, Cinder, I don't know that I would have had the presence of mind in something like this where you're playing for real stakes.
Yeah, and that's a preparation thing, right? It's something you've practiced. It's like a move. It's a special move, a technique that you've done. You said, okay, if you don't know what that secret is, how do you do this? And that's it's something that you do as a team, as as a player studying the game. So yeah, that Intrepid Fox already has done their homework, and this is a little tip of the iceberg of why this team are the champions of Season 1.
Yeah, just an incredible run through Season 1. And now as this mage, that they have a bunch of spells that they've discovered, so it's very difficult to narrow down what the Intrepid hand is if you're on Team Oro Esports right now. You have this. You still have the option of a very big Twilight Drake if you like. You can coin out an Astromancer if you like. But you don't know what kind of answers you're playing into with either of these. Obviously, the Earthshock we were talking about a little earlier, a 3rd or 4th copy of Hex. It's just difficult to know what the best play is in this case. They're going to coin out the Astromancer.
Wow, Morrigan.
Dr. Morrigan. Okay.
Maybe not the card you wanted, but actually might turn out really, really well, because it could yank out the other Mountain Giant. But it also there could be some real duds there as well. But yeah, I do like the Astromancer there, because they're kind of saying, okay, if you have another Hex, if you have another way to remove a big threat, here's 2 not as big threats, but still threats. So Astromancer, not a bad play, but the Muckmorpher finally coming into hand for Intrepid Fox. Now this hand is starting to look pretty spicy, Bills.
Oh yeah, this is, the kid in me that loves playing Hearthstone wants to throw this Muckmorpher down so fast. Here it comes. But in a much more measured kind of, are we sure this is the correct play? Okay.
Walking Fountain, that's one of the big ones that you want to see, is the Muckmorpher. Not as useful in this matchup as it is against, a faster aggro decks, but still, it's Wind Fury, it's going to clean up a lot of stuff, and it's going to come back as something slightly better. The Big Bad Voodoo will allow the Fountain to come back as a 9-drop when it dies, so we'll see kind of what pops out of the box once this Fountain is removed.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden Reliquary is in a really awkward position, because they have a handful of cards and they just picked up their second Book of Specters, and you don't really thinking about the order of operations here is really important. It's like, they have a Meteorologist in their hand, which throws a number of magic missiles equal to the number of cards in their hand. Do you want to open up this 9-drop first? Do you want to mess with this 9-drop at all? Because a 9-drop is coming down whether you like it or not. So how soon do you want to deal with it? And if you want to deal with it on your own terms, when and how do you give yourself the best chance to successfully control whatever comes out there? Because the 9-cost mana pool is strong. Obviously, there's Ysera that people are choosing to run in their decks anyway. But then you have stuff like Mogoshon Warden. It's just a big taunt, right, with like 12 health and a Divine Shield.
Right, and Oro Esports, here they're kind of in the same position that this Khadgar Mage finds itself in in any pilot's hands. That there are very few answers in the deck. It relies on creating steady pressure to kind of like play the best defense is a good offense. So when the opposing deck has a big threat on board, what do you do? And sometimes the answer is nothing. Sometimes you say, all right, time to go face.
Guess we're gonna skip it. And it sort of just puts because this is not a nothing board. You were talking earlier about how 10/10 worth of stats for 7 mana is nothing to sneer at. And so now the question is asked to Intrepid Fox, what do you think the best way to deal with this particular board scenario is? And here's a 4/9.
Right.
And actually we see an interesting side effect of running only huge minions and a lot of spells is they have 2 Eurekas that cannot be cast.
Right. They might Farsight into something, but that doesn't give them really much to do after that. So this is an awkward board. Now they could go and kind of double up on the Walking Fountain with Ancestral Spirit or Big Bad Voodoo #2, which would be disastrous because this Khadgar Mage doesn't run Polymorph or any kind of silence effect. So they're the Spellbender is going to catch that. My goodness. But this still gives them room to drop the Ancestral Spirit if they want to.
Yes, they definitely. That was definitely just a tough. Oh, they're gonna go ahead and drop their Hag at this game. Did I see that? Okay.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
What's in the box?
Out Sarah, and there's an Nosdormu. Oh my goodness! Oh my God. Suddenly, Oro Esports is on a very fast clock. They got to do something about this Nosdormu. They're gonna drop the Meteorologist to try to get the magic missiles to hit home. They got it.
Okay, they got it.
That could have gone very, very bad, Bills.
That was an amazing series of turns. Nosdormu off the Big Bad Voodoo that was triggered by the Hagatha scheme.
Right. And and Oro had to make a snap decision there, and there was really no guarantee that Meteorologist play was going to work. But they went for it, and they got somewhat rewarded. They managed to salvage the board state, and Sarah's going to fill up the hand now with the 10th Dragon. I think they're going to burn a card.
Yeah, they're hand capped right now. So whatever their next draw is, I guess they're just really banking on the next draw not being Conjurer's Calling or another Mountain Giant. Oh, Big Bad Archmage is now in the hand, so we can see some Eureka stuff finally start to happen. Do you hold it for a turn, or do you just surely you Eureka this out there?
Well,
it dies on board, actually.
Right, it's tempting, but I think they may just want to wait. I could be wrong, but I could see an argument to waiting a turn so that you can drop Ancestor Spirit on it the next turn. Okay, Rabble Bounds are not a bad burn for Oro. I think they're okay with that. So now they've got a full grip here, Bills, and Intrepid Fox is actually running out of threats here.
Yeah, Intrepid Fox hasn't really hit any of their. Obviously, they've had their Muck Morpher and they had a couple of cool Big Bad Voodoo things. But just like you were saying, they have next turn. They're in this situation where they can really only play one threat and then hopefully a spell. We see that you can Eureka Hex as a combination, whereas Reliquary, the full handful of cards, and a lot of them do stuff, which is a great situation. Sometimes these mages you can find yourself in a hand with like 2 mind control techs and stuff, and there's not a lot you can do. But we have a big 4 mana 7/6 Drake. Obviously, there's another huge Twilight Drake, and they just need to decide now how they want to parse out their threats to try to make it as awkward as possible for this Control Shaman without playing into potentially, the second, third, fourth copies of Hex that they don't know whether or not Intrepid Fox has.
So this is the Voodoo Dolls is pretty much the only way for the Khadgar Mage to answer any threats on board, and heads up play there by Oro using the Dragon Moth Scorcher to actually put damage on that missile launcher and allow them to clear up everything. But now we're going to see the Eureka Ancestral Spirit play to make sure that big bad Archmage sticks to the board. And it's going to summon something big here.
And
4-7
what's
is
in
not
it?
bad.
4-7 is not bad. And so now, like you were saying, using the Voodoo Doll was one of the few ways that this mage can deal with a big threat. But now there's another one, right? And there's not another Voodoo Doll, and there's not another Dragon Moss Scorcher. So now we have a handful of cards, and now we're in that situation I was alluding to earlier, where none of them are really the answer you're looking for. You were talking earlier how they don't play polymorphs. They also don't. Some builds do play silences like owls or spellbreakers. This list does not.
Yeah, it's definitely a tech choice. So you don't see it very often. It's something you kind of do if you're expecting to have to silence stuff. And I'm sure Oro is like wishing they had a silence effect. And I don't believe there's any silence effects in the mage minion pool either. So the Raven doesn't even bring you an answer. Although the second Khadgar is definitely a very attractive pick, and they go for it.
Yeah, they have a whole bunch of incredibly powerful, very cheap Arc Magi in their hand now.
Yeah.
They've already spent
wide board. My goodness.
Yeah, they've looked at the board state. They've looked at their hand, and they say, you know what? I don't think this shaman can stop us before we just killed them.
When the scheme just a little late, it's going to take time for that to charge up. Although the Archmage is actually bumping it up along with the Wrath of Air Totem, so it actually could do some work just to clean up this board if they wanted it to.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to figure out how to parse out this Hagathis scheme and this Hex. Do they want to commit one or the other? The problem with the scheme, obviously, this kills Ysera, which is just a super high priority target.
Mm-hmm.
But this Rabble Bouncer is going to really blunt a lot of the. It's going to defend the Dragon Moss Scorcher as well as the Laughing Sister that are going to. It's going to protect one of them. Obviously, the Rabble Bouncer can only do so much. He's just a guy, just a bouncer. He's going to be able to make it so that Mage still has a creature on the board. And I love this. I was about to say, you can't target Laughing Sister with Conjurer's Calling.
Oh man, I really like this, Bills. The Witch's Brew. It's so hard to not put that on face. But Intrepid doing what I think is the clever move here and healing their minions and making sure that Laughing Sister cannot trade away the board. And now that Big Bad Archmage is just continuing to pump out threats for Intrepid Fox here.
Yeah, we talk about the number of threats that Mage can generate, but if you can get a Big Bad Archmage on the board, it's never gonna stop. This is a free 6/5. At this point, they've come out ahead on mana cost by a huge margin on this Big Bad Archmage, especially considering they only paid 6 for it, right? That came off of a Eureka. And if it dies, it comes back to life.
Right. Yeah, there's an Ancestor Spirit like still stuck on that thing. So the Oro is in a very difficult spot. They have been unable to successfully maintain any development and are there's really no pressure on board or very little pressure on board versus Intrepid, and they've got stuff in their hand, but it does nothing to stop the 14 damage that's just sitting on the other side of the board.
Yeah, and so now let me throw this at you. This is crazy. Do you try to let Intrepid play into your mind control tech? Are we at that point where you have to just mind control tech their Big Bad Archmage? Is that the life we've come to?
I don't hate it. And there's the Emerald Drake's doing a great job of actually being cheap threats. They're 4 mana each, so this is a nice big board. And Intrepid may trade into this. They have to trade into this because that's just lethal damage sitting on board. But they've got the Hex. They just got into a Walking Fountain, so they can heal quite a lot of damage here. And this is a nod to Oro knowing that they just had to develop. They had to get something on board to counterbalance all of this threat that Intrepid has on their side of the board.
It is kind of funny that 14-12 worth of stats is like, oh man, they're really reaching, trying to figure out how they can stabilize this board presence. but you're absolutely right. The shaman picking up this Walking Fountain all of a sudden allows shaman to basically for 8 mana. But they get to heal for 8, and they get to clear both the Laughing Sister and the Archmage Arugal, and the Walking Fountain will persist. But I think they're actually, if I'm not mistaken, they're trying to lose some minions so they don't get mind control tech. Might be reading too far into it, but this is going to be another 3. I guess we'll know if they hero power. If they hero power, then they will be mind control techable. If they don't, then I'm going to go ahead and give them full credit. They're playing around it. They're playing around it. Confirmed.
Oh, but they hit the end turn too quickly, though. The Argent Commander had charge. They could have gotten in a 4 points of damage there, but they just got pressured a little bit by the rope. Great heads up playing around the MCT, but hit the end turn a little too quickly there. Even though the rope was almost ready to hit, but you always got to let that mage let that minion summon do what it needs to do before you hit the end turn.
Yeah, but they couldn't have attacked with it anyway, though, right? Because it's an end of turn effect.
Oh, it's end of turn. Oh man,
man. But that would be amazing. Like that would be so amazing if it triggered like right before the rope burnt out. So that would be a whole new level of bringing APM to Hearthstone.
Yeah,
let's not disregard the Argent Commander on its own merits, right? It's a 4/2 Divine Shield.
Exactly.
It's not like this. We've said several times that the mage has a dearth of answers when they are behind on board. I mean, at this point, the Mountain Giant just dies to an already high-value Walking Fountain and the Divine Shield of an Ardent. Oh, okay. I would have to assume that they're going to go for the Mirror Entity, right? Okay, it's not exactly the same thing as the Mind Control tech, but they're going to say, okay, maybe this Shaman has to play a big creature, and we can have it, please.
Right. And, there was an interesting decision point there. Mirror Entity versus Vaporize. Like, Vaporize certainly had value there because all of the stuff on the side of Intrepid Fox is big. Stuff that they would love to just be able to take off the board for basically, very little mana. So going for the Mirror Entity is interesting because there's not much in hand left for Intrepid Fox, so it's a big gamble that there's still a minion left in their hand to even trigger the Mirror Entity.
Yeah, it's an odd turn how the creature that kind of makes this deck viable, that Muck Morpher, would probably be the best thing, I guess, to trigger because at least you would have another 5 mana to deal with the okay.
Astromancer's not bad. It'll summon a 6 mana, so it's kind of the Khadgar Astromancer right now would actually be really decent. It depends on the roll that comes out of the Astromancer, but we're going to see Khadgar.
Yeah, that's an interesting decision point. 'Cause you have to decide: would you rather have an extra 5-drop or 2? Oh my God! Or I mean, if you can get 2 Darius Crowleys, then yeah, you take that every time.
Unfortunately, though, it's the Aranasi Broodmother, which I just hovered over to remember the name of, it totally blocks these Crowleys from being able to do any kind of damage on the board. Like Aura would have to trade them both in, and I don't know that they want to do that.
So let me ask you a mechanics question here. If he throws in both Darius Crowleys, does the Darius Crowley gain the +2 health before it dies?
They both die.
They would. It takes the 4 damage. It dies before
Crowley has to survive with 1 health from a trade in order to activate his ability.
Oh man. Okay. Yeah. So this actually is a lot less cool than I'd originally thought.
Yeah. It had the potential. Oh, there's the fountain though. Now all of a sudden, that Mirror Entity is very, very relevant.
Yeah, because you don't want to play this big bad Archmage or this Walking Fountain. They're going to start testing for secrets. They're going to start throwing some spells out, just like, I really hope this isn't Mirror Entity. Maybe so this will check for both Spellbinder and Counterspell.
Right.
And obviously they're going to be a little bit sad to find out that it is neither. I wouldn't be surprised to see something go face real quick in hopes that it's a Vaporize or the other one that triggers when you hit him in the face, Ice Barrier.
Ice Barrier, right. But then again, if you throw something in the face to test for the trap, that is trade damage that you're not committing to the board, and that's something they may not want to do. They may just want to make the safe play here and make the trades, worry about the secret later.
That's true. And as soon as they saw that it wasn't, I think that first attack was a nod to Splitting Image.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Crowd Roaster. Okay. Neither of these decks seem to be running out of gas. They're both just like, this has turned into like a scrappy, really heavy control. Like both of these teams obviously have a lot of life left, but it really feels like this game is just back and forth, big draws every time.
Oh yeah, the board state has just been balancing on a knife's edge this entire time. It's been going back and forth quite a bit, and that crowd roaster is so important. It's going to allow them to actually do something about this Archmage finally. And
Finally,
after it summoned what 4 or 5 turns worth of free minions for Intrepid Fox, but that's pretty much it. The crowd roaster 7 mana. It's that, and then that's it, and it's liable to get traded away by the Archmage that's on board already. For Intrepid Fox, and there's still that Hex that's been sitting in their hand forever, Bills.
yeah, that Hex has been there since turn 5 or 6, I think at least. I'm actually interested in the ping versus tempoing out maybe this Sun Fury Protector. There's the mirror entity. We see it triggered, and now they have to decide: do they use both attacks to clear Oro Esports' fountain, or do they? Obviously, they're going to clear the cloud, or they have decided to clear the crowd roaster. Where does this last attack go?
You know, I kind of wonder if they want to use the Ancestral Spirit here or hold it for the Archmage. They're going to commit it to the fountain now, and I think this is an important decision here because it's a nod to what kind of removal Oro has available to them in this mage, and that 8 health, very, very important because the crowd roaster does 7 damage. So if Oro were to draw into that second one, it cannot clear the Walking Fountain without also committing the hero power. Which, I mean, I don't know what else they're going to do with that 3 mana that's left over, but it's important to note nonetheless. No, check it out, Dr. Morgan.
He's back.
Finally coming back.
Last time we saw Dr. Morgan hit the board and die, she pulled out a Ysera.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that it's going to be that high an impact this next time.
Yeah,
but
I don't know what else is left in the mage deck. Honestly, there's only about 5 cards remaining.
Yeah, we have 5 cards left in deck. There's another crowd roaster.
I think we haven't seen Harrison Jones. That's in the list. So that's
Oh, yeah.
they're only running the 1 crowd roaster. In fact, so now that 8 mana Walking Fountain all the more important. So I think Intrepid Fox kind of heads up play, checking the deck list. Only 1 crowd roaster. We've seen both Voodoo Dolls already. I don't think there's an answer available for this 4/8 fountain.
Have Oro Esports found their other Conjurer's Calling yet? Is one of these one of their Conjurer Callings bottom 5?
I think you're right. I think that's what the one of the other cards is.
And so I would imagine that we're not going to see this Mountain Giant. So this is a major problem here because Reliquary needs to keep their hand size large enough to be able to Mountain Giant. So Oro Esports needs to be able to keep their hand size large enough in order to be able to play the Mountain Giant and the Conjurer's Calling, and preferably Khadgar.
Right.
But they're going to have a big enough hand size to get the Mountain Giant cheap enough to do that. Whereas, like you were saying, this Shaman is just starting to realize that Oro's out of cards. They're out of threats, and they're out of removal specifically. They're not out of threats, they're out of removal.
Yeah, and the last big threat push is going to be that Conjurer's Calling. Now, here's an interesting thing. Intrepid Fox does not know that there is a second Khadgar that they got off of that Messenger Raven. So that's gonna play a big part of the Oro's in-game strategy here. So they're gonna trade away the Morgan and see what they can get off of the pull. I think Harrison Jones is the only viable thing left. Yeah, there he is.
There he is.
But Morgan is another 5/5 in the deck available for, and it's an 8 mana card too as well. So that Conjurer's Calling could actually be really, really impactful if it could use on Morgan instead.
Yeah, they're just okay. There's the Conjurer's Calling.
Oh, there it is.
The hand size. So I mean, you can't quite bet the farm on it yet. If you wanted to do the full bore Khadgar Mountain Giant Conjurer's Calling, you don't have enough mana. But surely you throw down a Mountain Giant and you Conjurer's Call in the hopes that next turn you can Khadgar Conjure. Okay, yeah. It looks like that's what they're setting up for. Couple of 8/8s, but there's nothing between them and the...
Yeah. Great. Spirit of the Frog, not terribly useful here. I don't know what Hagatha's scheme. We've seen both of them already, right? So I don't think the Hex would draw it out. But yeah, like the twin spell effect from Conjurer's Calling is the saving grace here of Oro Esports. It's the only reason that was a viable play last turn. Otherwise, they kind of be out of gas at this point.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden, I actually don't think this Hex will draw anything.
I don't think it does, no.
Yeah, because there's no other way to generate spells. I guess as I'm looking at this board, I'm thinking, I guess it's time to Archmage, but we've been playing around Mind Control tech this whole game.
Right.
Now do we play into it? that seems kind of off-brand for what they've been doing so far.
It's such a tricky proposition because if they don't play Big Bad Voodoo, they literally are doing nothing this turn. They could Hex. Hex is about the only, like, they do that, they remove some of the board, and that's it. But this forces them to leave up the other Mountain Giant, and that's going to get the Khadgar Conjurer's Calling. And oh man, this is a huge turn coming up for Oro Esports.
Yeah, and they're about to get blindsided, Intrepid Foxes, because like you were saying, this is a second Khadgar. This is a Messenger Raven Khadgar. So they're thinking like, well, we're going to get Conjurer's Calling again, but at least it'll only be a Mountain Giant and a Mountain Giant, or
Right.
a Mountain Giant and a Grave Horror. But they are going to be a little bit upset, I would imagine, when this Khadgar hits the deck. And all of a sudden, not only does Oro Esports get to clear this Alakir, they get 4 creatures.
Yeah, and they get to even trade with the Giant first to clear off the Alakir. There is a second Voodoo doll available for Oro Esports, so I thought we'd seen them both. But yeah, this is going to be this is win it or go to game 2 here for Oro Esports, because here comes all the Giants coming out from Khadgar. My goodness, no way for Intrepid Fox to deal with this board. The Grave Horrors did not come up, so this is full 4 Giants.
That is just a huge turn. I think I would play 5 mana, summon 32 worth of stats.
Yeah.
I think that's a card I would play.
It seems fine.
Seems pretty good. We actually see the Sun Fury Protector. So Oro's going to actually just build their own Grave Horrors with a couple of Mountain Giants and the Sun Fury Protector.
And Muckmorpher, I'm not sure what's left. That
I believe they have their own Ysera. Well, they're going to scoop it up, but
Intrepid, they know what we know. There's no way for that Shaman to deal with the 4 Giants on board, and they're going to give it up. So game 1 going to Oro Esports. That's a bit of a marathon there, Bills, and we're not done yet. There are still 2 Warrior decks in these lineups for us to get through.
Oh yeah, and it just when you have decks that are both so big, everything just looks like a haymaker, right? It's like everything's like, and 32 worth of Giants. It's like, and 6 free 6-cost cards, and the generator brings it back to life, and it only cost me 6. This is actually getting. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, Messenger Raven being the card that actually decides that game, because that gave them access to the second Khadgar, and the patience shown by Oro Esports to wait out until they had the space to play that exact combo. Of course, they needed to draw the Conjurer's Calling out of the bottom 5s of the deck as well.
Yeah, and this is actually something that Paradox was talking about right at the very beginning of the show, is the mage's ability to just generate these boards that are designed to kill warriors, right? Like Oro's mage is in there. Obviously, it's teched against aggressive decks more so, but we've seen throughout that just the mage always has game as long as they have that Conjurer's Calling at some point, even if it's bottom 5. We've learned.
Yeah, and that was, I think too, that was an important win for Oro, because the Shaman is usually not well positioned against the mage. As we saw, it's not able to win to do anything about those Giants. So the mage getting the win there against the Shaman, is just important to get that first one on the board, right? In Conquest, getting one up, you can force Intrepid to get back on the Shaman and try to get a win with it in another unfavored spot. So it's and this Hunter's going to be pretty tough, I think, for the Shaman as well.
Yeah, we see in the list that Oro Esports is running the 2 copies of Dire Frenzy, just a nod to how much control there is out there right now. Dire Frenzering, and there's so many good Dire Frenzy targets, right? Scavenging Hyena,
yeah.
Tundra Rhino, Savannah Highmanes can become nigh unhandleable if you can get a couple of Dire Frenzied ones in there, because there's only 2 copies of Hex, and then of course the whatever you get off Haunting Visions. But the
And,
Shaman, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
One of the nastier things to catch on Dire Frenzy is just Huffer.
Oh yeah.
3 mana 8/5 charger is so gross.
Oh yeah, and you only have, there's no ability to heal over 30 as a control shaman, right? You just have to either put taunts in the way or eat the damage and then heal with your Witch's Brew and your Walking Fountains. Kind of an awkward opening hand for the shaman, but this is, I mean, a 1-drop beast into Headhunter's Hatchet. You can only be too upset about that as the mid-range hunter.
Yeah, and that hatchet ends up representing 6 damage over time thanks to the durability bump off of its ability. So this is, yeah, and there's really no way for the shaman to answer the 1/1 aside from expending an Earth Shock, which I don't think you want to do if you know that there are Scavenging Hyenas, you know, in the near future. I think you want to hold that shock for something much more important, but who knows? Maybe they'll go for it. Nope, they passed.
Okay, and so we actually have an interesting choice here, because obviously Headhunter's Hatchet is glowing gold. Its special ability is activated. You were talking about it, the extra durability. Is there any argument for playing this Scavenging Hyena and just really trying to get going early on the board, do you think?
I don't think so. I mean, you really need stuff on board to trade against in order for the Hyena to get value. So I think you just go for the consistent damage that the hatchet represents, because I mean, you're talking about plus if you're doing 3 damage a turn for the next 3 turns, that's 9 damage that might go uncontested, and if they do try to contest it, Hyena comes out. Well, what do I know? Let's put the Hyena down now.
Yeah, I guess they're betting that the shaman, even with the coin, isn't going to spend any resources, because it's exactly like you were saying. There's no way to buff up this Hyena right now, so it's a 2/2 Hyena until shaman does something, and the first thing that their deck really does is Muck Morpher.
Yeah, this and the 2 Earth Shocks and a Hex and a Haggath's Scheme, though. This is, I would have to think that Intrepid Fox is kind of okay with the state of their hand right now.
Okay.
Both hatchets now.
Both hatchets. And that 1/1 totem is not the one they wanted to roll.
No. Oh, you're right. My goodness. Now the links can just trade into it. Yeah, that was a bad roll. Do you think, Bills, there's ever an argument to just not rolling your totem there, just to not feed the Hyena on a 1/4?
Gosh, now that I've seen it happen, I would say there's a pretty strong argument, but I'm sure they were just hoping to get a taunt. I guess they decided that the risk of getting the 1/1 was worth potentially getting an 0/2 taunt and just basically saving themselves some damage. But now,
and the other thing, the Wrath of Air totem would also power up the Earth Shock to 2 damage and let them clear off the Hyena. So there's that as well. So there are 2 decent rolls there and 1 bad roll. So they rolled the dice and got the bad end.
Yeah, and there's like you're saying, there's actually nothing wrong with the healing totem. It just kind of doesn't do anything. Right. So yeah, really only a 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 of it being really bad. But now we're going to see Headhunter's Hatchet, the Lynx trades in. Now all of a sudden this has become a much more threatening Scavenging Hyena. It's doubled in threat.
Yeah, I mean you're talking about potentially 7 damage plus hero power next turn, but the Earth Shock's going to come down and at least shut off the attack bonus. But there's still 5 attack on board plus hero power, and they've got trackings to kind of back it up with pulling out more juice out of the deck.
Yeah, I would not at all be surprised to see one or possibly both of these trackings come down this turn to try to find more gas. They need to find just a couple more cards to try to get this. Oh man,
Master's Call
is looking pretty juicy.
Yeah. Like I think Dire Frenzy probably is something you want to look for, but maybe for the next tracking on turn 5. Although there's an argument for Deadly Shot too, Bills, because Muck Morpher on coin is a thing. But that is a very defensive play. I think I must prefer the Master's Call. I think you want to be on the forward foot here as the hunter.
Yeah, it's definitely worth thinking about though, and I really appreciate that both of these teams, both Aura Esports and Intrepid Fox, are really just making sure to think all the way through. They don't do that thing where I snap pick something and then think about it for a second and realize there's like, oh, there's a better choice here.
Like, yeah, I know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna play the cards that are in my hand. No, it's glowing green. It's an available play. I'm gonna do that. No,
I'm here to play cards.
Second Hex has already come into hand for Intrepid Fox. They've got so much in hand. The Muck Morpher is so powerful here on coin. If they roll the fountain here, it's going to be huge. Oh, Spear of the Frog! No!
One of the
disaster.
That's one of the risks. Yeah, it's one of the risks that you play when you include some low impact creatures. I know I've seen a list, that was playing like a Spellbreaker. And sometimes this happens where even though the huge majority of your deck is big bombs, sometimes you hit your deck card, or sometimes you hit one of these flavor cards, Spirit of the Frog. Having a stealth 4/4 that draws cards when you play spells is not bad, but it's not what you're hoping for.
No, they needed the Walking Fountain very, very badly there. They would have allowed them to clear the board, heal for 8, totally flip this game state. Now they're at 17 life, facing off against not a huge board, but a threatening board nonetheless for a Hunter, because Hunter has a tendency to do damage in chunks, right? You get kill commanded, you get dire frenzied, you think you're safe, and then all of a sudden you're dead. And in this case, you see there's not a lot of burst in hand for Oro Esports, but they've got gas. They've got cards to play.
Yeah, and they're just trying to figure out how to portion this out, because they, just like you were saying, they have 7 damage just showing. So the Intrepid Fox knows that they're basically at effect. They're at 10 life as far as they know. And how the Hunter decides to try to, so you have to decide, when do I commit the kill commands like you were talking about, and then Intrepid Fox has to determine, when do we have to heal ourselves because we might just die.
Yeah, this scheme's been in the hand since beginning of the game. Deal 5 to the board that'll allow Intrepid to clear the board. They'll give up their own Spirit of the Frog, but I don't think that's an outcome they're terribly worried about right now. I think they're worried about not dying.
Right. And it should give them a Eureka, right? Because the spell is cast,
yes.
They get the draw, and then the frog dies.
I believe you're correct. I could be wrong, but I think you're right.
They don't actually, and so they can actually Eureka out a Alec here if they wanted to go that way. But they're actually going to try to go for maximum draws, I assume, because it looks like they're picking up some big bad voodoo. They have more spells they can play. Farsight is something that they can play that'll pick up another Hex, for example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is interesting. Like this is a riskier play than just clearing the board. This is going to leave some power on board available for Oro Esports, and they kind of don't have anything else to do. Like they could put down the big bad voodoo and try to maintain a little bit of board pressure, but this leaves minions on board for the Hunter, and that's so dangerous.
Yeah, we had talked about the importance of stuff like Dire Frenzy, and to have targets that you can hit with Dire Frenzy. But also we talked about earlier, the Headhunter's Hatchet is already in hand. That represents 6 damage. Marked Shot cannot go face, so that's not an option. But they can try to find something off of there.
I think, let's see, Hounds represents 3 damage. There's 2 on board for 5. Hero Power for 2. That's 7.
7.
They can't quite get there, although the Hatchet might be part of it. They might, if they track for a kill command, that would be 7, 8, 9 with the Hero Power. That would get them down to 1.
Ooh,
Dire Frenzy is not
Frenzy.
bad. I could definitely see a world where they Dire Frenzy this Vicious Scalehide just to get like a Rush 4/6 copied in the deck, or they could just Animal Companion for the Huffer.
Interesting. They're in it for the business.
I don't hate it.
Yeah, they're risking it for the.
It's always Huffer, Bills. It is always Huffer. So this is gonna put Intrepid down to 2. Headhunter's Hatchet. Just gonna just continue to pressure the life total here for Oro Esports, and there's nothing. I don't think they could do anything. Bills.
Wow. Wait. Okay. Do they have a play where they can?
They can
Farsight
farsight
into
into
something.
Witch's Brew.
Or oh, that's right.
Well,
they won't be able to.
Haunting
Okay,
Visions
wait a
might
minute.
get to
Haunting
them.
Visions. Lightning Storm with
No.
spell power.
But they still
still
die to the
there.
hero power.
Yeah, they have to figure out a way to heal and clear the board and protect themselves.
They can't. They needed that Witch's Brew for healing. I think that's it, Bills. I think Oro's gonna go up 2-0 in this series.
Wow. Just
They've got another Farsight because of the Haunting
there's the
Visions.
frog. Yeah, that's
And
right, the
draws
frog's on.
Cairn though. Ouch. Oof. So many dead draws there, Bills. How many cards did they draw there? I think they generated 4 cards.
So
5
many cards. And that doesn't even
none of
count
them-
the turn before.
No, none of them were Witch's Brew. They needed to heal so badly. They bombed on the Muck Morpher. Just, it's, you hate to see that. They had the defensive tools in hand, but they needed a little bit extra help from the deck. And sometimes the RNG just is it giveth and it taketh away.
And it also goes back to what you were saying on turn 4, when on the tracking they took the Master's Call, right? And so it's just like they understood, and this will probably come as no surprise, that the Hunter is the aggressor in that matchup, right? They are trying to kill the Shaman and win the game.
Yeah.
And the Master's Call is definitely, because that was a juicy set of choices, right? There was like Scavenging Hyena, Master's Call, or Deadly Shot.
Right.
And Master's Call sort of allows them to get a bunch of creatures in their hand and then try to just have, because they never hit them. You were saying that they deal damage in chunks. They never had like 32 attack on board, right? And like move across. It was always like 7 damage, 5 damage. Never enough to panic, never enough to rip that Hagatha scheme. That Hagatha scheme, they died with Hagatha scheme in their hand.
In the hand, right. And there was a very good CCG player that once said that the best card advantage is to die with your opponent with a full hand.
Right.
So, and that's kind of what they did. If you leave those powerful removal cards stranded in your hand, trying to play slightly higher risk plays, sometimes it's gonna backfire. But Oro is now in an interesting position in this series. They're up 2-0. Their last deck is Control Warrior. This is a full-on control suite, Bills. Elysiana, Baleful Banker, like everything they have to just completely drag out the game into deep fatigue. But against the Big Shaman, the Big Shaman can absolutely beat this Control Warrior just off of Muckmore for pressure. Plus the recursion. Warrior classically has a hard time dealing with recursive minions. So this is gonna be tricky for them to beat that Shaman, but then also the Mage and the Mecha'thun Warrior are still in there as well, which are classically terrible matchups for the Warrior.
Yeah, and this is actually something that Paradox and Delta were talking about at the beginning, is it seems like Intrepid Fox is here to beat Control Warrior. Just looking at their lineup, they're trying to go deep against Control Warrior. Their Mage is teched to do that. Their Warrior is teched to do that. So in some instances, you could argue that this is where the series starts. This is the strategy that Fox brought to this table, beat Control Warrior with the most anti-control stuff they could possibly bring.
Yeah. So don't panic, everyone at home. This is not an Elysiana mirror. This is a Mecha'thun Warrior versus the Elysiana Warrior. So the Intrepid Fox is 100% here to beat the Control Warrior. So we're gonna see a lot of draw, and we're gonna be racing to that Mecha'thun finish along with Malagos. So if you never thought you'd see Boom Ship applied in competitive play, you were wrong. It is here and it's ready. And this Warrior is built specifically only to beat Elysiana Warrior. It is expressly what it exists for. So Oro has their series starts now, Bills. They have to win one of the next 3 games, and it ain't gonna be easy.
No, their Warrior is a lot more something you might see just like a standard, just good Warrior if you want to do Control Warrior instead of maybe bombs or. There seems to be two different ways of looking at it, right? You can try to do bombs, try to do control. This is control, no bones about it. But yeah, they're going into 3 matchups that are specifically trying to kill this Warrior. That one of the side effects of this Warrior being so popular is there's a lot of information about it and a lot of interesting ways people have thought of a bunch of creative ideas to try to beat it. This is one of those things.
And I'm going to point out something very, very important here. There's one defense against the Mechathune, and that's Hecklebot. And it came off the top. However, Intrepid has already drawn Mechathune, so the Hecklebot can still draw Malygos. If Malygos comes out of the Hecklebot, combo over. So there is a chance, but it's a very slim chance, and I believe we're going to see that Hecklebot come out probably promptly on turn 4 to see if they can have a chance in this game.
Yeah, if that Malygos gets pulled out, then all of a sudden the warrior has to figure out a way to gain enough armor to shield slam their Mechathune after getting a Galvanizer, some Discover effect, which is just a series of not super probables necessarily. No. Gaining armor is not hard, but making sure to get a Galvanizer is very difficult.
Yeah, Dr. Boom's going to have to really help out there. I need to check the list to even confirm that Dr. Boom is available for a Fox. Yes, he is. So it can happen. The delivery drone hero power can do it for them. And Elysiana coming in hand for Oro. And the one thing that Oro Esports can at least say is they don't have to expend a lot of their removal tools. They can kind of try and create some pressure here to outrace the in-game scenario with Mechathune. So we might actually see just some tempo plays, like Militia Commander just being played as a 2/5, Harrison being played as a 5/4. So I'd be interested to see if they try to sit back and wait for an in-game scenario, or if they try to create some pressure early on.
Yeah, and that's actually an interesting point with regards to the timing of this Hecklebot, because part of me was ready for them to just coin Hecklebot just to try to go ahead and disrupt that Malygos combo like you were talking about earlier. But I wonder if they're actually thinking about board tempo, and if Hecklebot pulls out a 4/12, not thinking about it as Malygos in a combo, just thinking of it as a 4/12, how exactly would they deal with it?
Yeah, that's true. Like they need to have the only thing they have right now is Shield Slam. They probably want to be able to leverage that on the instance that 4/12 comes out. So yeah, that's kind of one of the rules of these cards that pull out your opponent's cards either out of hand or out of deck. Make sure you can answer that minion, because it could just backfire on you in the worst way.
Yeah, because getting hit for 4 forever, and also. This deck has a couple of different ways that they can actually use that spell power if they end up with 3/5 spell power. There's some spells in here that actually benefit from it. Obviously the combo involves Whirlwind, but there's also I'm pretty sure that it also affects. Does it affect Inner Rage? It does, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. So it does damage. It does 1 point. So 1 point of damage becomes 6 points of damage.
Which it's obviously you can't target it face, but you can use it to deal 6 damage to an enemy creature to keep your 4/12 on board. Obviously, this is all a little bit neither here nor there at the moment until this Hecklebot comes out.
Right. Although, yeah, so Oro is in fact just creating some early tempo here. It's gonna be partially answered by the Dynamatic, and actually clears neither minion.
Wow.
Doesn't happen very often. But yeah, Oro, I think, is recognizing that they need to actually create some pressure here in order to have a chance in the game, because they can't wait for Intrepid to empty their deck. They have to find a way to win the game without Elysiana, and that the only way they're going to do that is with the minions. Even though the minions aren't terribly big or threatening, it's something, right? It's got to be something, because if it's not something, it's nothing.
And that's just one of the things we see how awkward it is to try to be the aggressor when your whole deck is control.
Right.
It's like this whole deck is formulated to be a control deck, and trying to turn those tools aggressive. This big game hunter, for example, we have a 5-cost 4/2. I would not be surprised. I don't know if it necessarily has to come down this turn, but at some point in the future, let me just go ahead and double check there. I don't think there are any targets that it hits besides Mechathune.
I think you're right. In other words, it'll never get used, right? It's probably going to be a tempo play.
Yeah.
Your future.
So that's that's right. Your life as a control deck trying to be aggressive is 5-mana 4/2s.
The fun thing about this Mechathune, aside from it being Mechathune, is just it runs some unusual cards like the Spellzerker, right? Just finding alternative uses for cards. Like, I don't think this is what they intended when they created the Spell Zerker, but here it is nonetheless.
Yeah. So, oh, I guess that does work, doesn't it? And so he's actually going to get a second weapons project. So on the converse, what we've been talking about this control warrior is the aggressor. This Mechathune warrior is the control warrior. It just needs to survive. And because Intrepid Fox knows that they win this game if they get to execute their combo.
Right. And there's not a ton of card draw in this Mechathune deck. Like some of the Mechathune decks are just like heavy cycle. Pyromancer, Acolyte of Pain. It's all just cards meant to get you to your in-game combo. But this one's a little more of like a combo, a controlled deck along with the Mechathune tools. So you see the Acolytes of Pain, but not as many ways to activate them. And you don't have loot hoarders, you don't have other ways to draw cards. So it's Harrison Jones may come into play as a card draw mechanic, but that's about it. So this is kind of a slow version of the Mechathune strategy, which is interesting.
Yeah, and I guess it's a nod to the reality that they won't get to play against Control Warrior necessarily every time.
Yeah,
it has some control tools of its own, and that's because you were talking earlier about would this deck even include Dr. Boom Mad Genius? It is a 7-cost card that doesn't draw any cards, and that's not on message for this.
Right. It'll occasionally create cards by way of delivery drone, which I think is probably one of the ways that Oro is going to be looking to stay aggressive in this matchup, because the delivery drone can occasionally give you some really powerful minions.
Yeah, and actually, I wouldn't be surprised to see Oro Esports just really looking for their copy of Dr. Boom as well, for that very same reason. They could use some aggressive help in trying to just put any kind of, because if you look, the life totals are the same.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are on turn 7. Oro Esports has 46 health. So does Intrepid Fox.
Right. Of course, we do see one of my favorite combos, which is Eternium Rover magnetized by Ziliax, which you heal, you remove something, you create some armor, and just make a big headache for your opponent. So I'd love to see when that actually hits the board for Intrepid, but at the moment they're not really pressured. They can, the 2/3's not really doing a lot. They can kind of just wait for Oro to commit a little bit extra to the board before they start reacting.
So let me throw this out there to you. Is it time to heckle bot? Because your shield.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is. And Acolyte of Pain, not what they're looking for. So pressure's on now for Oro. Now they know they're going to have to win this, by means their deck's not meant to do.
Yeah, and they only are playing one copy of Hecklebot,
Right.
so it's not, they can't even dig for a second Hecklebot in hopes of, rebuying that attempt. So
Yeah.
they have to find a Hecklebot off Omega Assembly or off of their Mad Genius if they want to still try some sort of combo disruption.
In fact, this Hecklebot was probably the worst results by hitting the Acolyte of Pain, because now Intrepid can commit a Warpath to this and draw 3 and get them so much closer to their combo. Normally, like, the Acolyte of Pain might have a hard time finding all 3 cards, but here Oro just gave it to him by way of the Hecklebot.
Yeah, and now they're going to play this Eternium Rover to not only draw all those cards, but also gain a bunch of additional armor and just try to get out of range of the amount of pressure that Oro Esports can generate.
Yeah, this is a tough result there off that Hecklebot, and that might be the deciding factor in this match. I mean, this was already pretty heavily unfavored for Oro's Control Warrior, but I think that might have pushed them into the nigh unwinnable scenario.
Now you can start getting into desperation plays. How long do you wait to hopefully draw your Dr. Boom before you just rip this Elysiana and try to find a better deck?
Yeah,
right, to fight against this Mechathune, because we've talked about it several times. If this goes to fatigue, you lose.
Right.
So now you have to start doing some real outside the box stuff to try to win.
Yeah, I don't hate that at all, Bills. I like the idea of just, my deck is all control. It's not going to help me. Elysiana, give me a new deck. Give me some threats.
Yeah. If you could just give me an entire deck full of King Crushes, that would be amazing.
Yeah. I would like to see that. I think we're getting some results in from other sides of the bracket. I'm gonna refresh the bracket while Oro's thinking about this play. Wow! So check this out, Bill. 7 Force Club, newcomer to the league, upsetting Team Singularity 3-1. That's a great start for 7 Force.
Wow. Yeah, Singularity has a bunch of heavy hitters on there between Valorant, Impy, and Techno Goose, if I'm not mistaken. Some heavy hitters from Sweden and Denmark.
Yeah. Also, so I like this play here from Oro. They went ahead and coined out the Harrison to draw a bunch of cards and kind of fill up their hand as much as possible. They might be heading for that Elysiana play that you're talking about, Bills, because they just try to empty out what they can, draw what they can, and then just replace the rest with better stuff. So we're wonderful to see it just in this next turn here.
Yeah, and now we see one of the situations that Intrepid Fox is going to have to deal with. They do have to play every card out of their hand.
Yeah,
and we see lots of combo pieces in there now. Boom Ship is ready to go. We talked about how Mechathune is in there, ready to go. They're going to have to find, they're probably not going to worry too much about getting maximum value off some of these other more situational cards. Brawl, of course, comes to mind. 5 mana that you have to spend.
The only thing I think that that Oro is going to be doing here is probably drawing for their Baleful Banker, because they want to make sure that they don't gas out. Even 10 cards is a lot, but they're not guaranteed to be good cards. Sometimes they're kind of So they may want to be also dig for their Baleful Banker while they have the time to make sure that they can back up this Elysiana with a second one, just in case things don't go very well.
Yeah, that's a great point. And sounds like
some results coming in, Bills. One of our returning promising teams from last season, Nordavind, very well known team there, beating Samsung Morningstar by a score of 3-2. So Nordavind, they struggled a little bit in the last season, Bills. So they're getting off to a good start and trying to correct the ship for season 2.
And am I correct in saying that the Samsung Morningstars have Bunny Hopper?
Oh my goodness, are you serious?
I'm pretty sure that that's correct. And I don't know if he, was seen in the HCT finals not too long ago.
Yeah, may have been a known entity in the very, very recent past. And Meliador, no slouch either, as part of that Morningstars team. So that's
a certain commentator may have put all of his hopes for PAX on Bunny Hopper.
Maybe so. I still like Ike. I didn't get anything for it, but what can I say? Yeah, Nordavind's great win, getting back on the horse for season 2, and Intrepid Fox expending that other Warpath just to clear Harrison, and you see that a lot in this matchup, right? Like these low end AOE's are just either burned or used to remove one minion. But now the Baleful Banker is now in hand.
Wait, how did Oro Esports end up with a Mechathune? I was looking at the brackets, and it must have come off Megas.
Yeah, I think it came off an Omega Assembly. Yeah, along with that Dynamatic. So, but yeah, Baleful Banker now in hand for Oro Esports. So they have license now to go with Elysiana at will. They don't have to wait for their deck to be empty. They can do it whenever they want to try and get a much more threatening deck to throw at this Mechathune before it draws out. I mean, the Mechathune deck, they still got 11 cards to go, Bills. They've got time, but the clock is ticking for Oro.
And Oro is actually ahead on the Mechathune strategy. Obviously, they don't have the built into their deck, but that thing I was mostly joking about earlier, the ability to shield slam your own Mechathune after you run out of cards. Now, all of a sudden, Oro Esports is just a Galvanizer away from doing that, and they have fewer cards in their deck.
Well, for now, Oro just going to continue to play out minions, those mid-range minions, 5-attack minions to just kind of generate some threat. Super Collider coming out to kind of try to protect this very small, very modest board. of a 3/4. But Militia Commander going to take care of business.
Yeah, and this Super Collider, I mean, it makes it a little uncomfortable for Intrepid Fox to, play out minions.
Did I just get do you get a disconnect notice? Oh,
I
there it goes.
did, but it has resolved.
Woo! Scary.
That was close. All right, it's a regame.
Oh no!
Okay.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about the challenge a friend feature, that if you just connect, you can come back. It's not a big deal.
And so here we are. So now, if you are Oro Esports, obviously that course of action is now available to you. You have your Elysiana Baleful Banker in case you want to basically re-roll your Elysiana. They still haven't managed to find their Death Knight, their Dr. Boom Mad Genius.
Oh, that's true. Maybe that's what the other thing they're holding on to. They're trying to get to Dr. Boom before they replace it. Because if it stays in the deck, you play Elysiana, you just erase it. But they're going to go for it.
Yep, they're going
I don't
for
hate
it.
this at all, Bills. I don't think Dr. Boom's worth it. I think you need to go the Beast. Oh my goodness, that's a big boy.
I cannot see their choices, so I'm going to lean on you for this one. I'm sorry.
Oh, did the disconnect mess you up? Okay, so all right, so we've got second choice. They picked up Cruel Taskmaster. Third one, Mortal Strike being picked up.
Oh, interesting.
Fourth one, Frothing Berserker. The Gunspire got picked up on the 5th, and they're going to Baleful Banker right away to get that Elysiana in their deck. So not a ton of threat, but a decent amount. Those Frothing Berserkers, those are going to be really interesting as they come out, and I would be interested to see if the Gunspire actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, did you say Black Howl Gunspire?
I did say Black Howl Gunspire. I was only missing the Howl. I was trying to remember the full name of the card, but yeah, the Gunspire, like one of the coolest cards to come out of Witchwood, but doesn't really see any play because it doesn't do anything.
But I guess they have, because if I remember correctly, that means they have Cruel Taskmasters and Black Howl Gunspire.
Right, yeah,
synergy.
exactly. So they you don't get the attack bonus benefit because the Gunspire can't attack. But yeah, like they can Taskmaster the Gunspire to start doing 3 damage over and over again. So don't know if it's gonna be a viable way to pressure down this 52 life for Intrepid Fox. But we're gonna see, and Dynamatic plus Ziliax is gonna clear off the Elysiana and at least take care of that 7/7.
Yeah, the Elysiana itself is probably one of the biggest threats that this deck runs in terms of the 7 stat line. But now they have so there's the first draw of their brand new deck, Frothing Berserker.
Mm-hmm. One of 2 that are available in the deck.
And I guess they, unfortunately, as a result of playing Elysiana, they've lost all their war paths. Or they play both their war paths.
I don't think we saw any from Oro, but in either case, they're just not available to them.
Right.
Now, something else that we talked about this a little bit with the Khadgar Mage, with Khadgar coming out of the Messenger Raven. Same thing is kind of going on with Oro Esports. Hidden information. Intrepid now just does not know what those 10 cards were that got dumped into Oro Esports deck. From their perspective, it could be worst case scenario. So now they have to make really judicious decisions about how to expend their resources. Do you use the removal in your hand? Do you use this brawl on this board, or do you wait for something way nastier that's in the deck? So this is going to be an interesting position for Intrepid to try to navigate.
Yeah, and this is the first answer to one of those questions. What's in the deck? Now they know 2 copies of Frothing Berserker. Well, now 1 remaining.
Now 1, yeah.
And
now
they have to decide.
Malygos.
Oh, there's the Malygos. Okay, the combo is in hand. Is that true? Do they have their Whirlwind?
The Whirlwind's not there yet.
The Whirlwind's not there yet. It's so close to being in hand. Okay.
Taskmaster's gonna do so much damage. My goodness. It's gonna power this up. I think it's gonna be a 6/3 Frothing at the end of this.
Yes, I believe you're correct.
And Intrepid Fox has already played out a bunch of their removal tools. We've seen Dynamatics, we've seen the Militia Commanders. So there's actually not a lot of ways for Intrepid left to deal with big threats.
Yeah, at this point you're like, do you go for a brawl here? There's Dr. Boom Mad Genius.
Boom's a big one. If they get the blaster, nope, they get the blast shield.
shield.
Oh. Well, it heals for 7. It's okay. It's not the worst thing. And the microbots will actually clear off the Berserker. So that was a decent roll.
Nothing like a 9 mana heal for 14, gain a better hero power.
Right.
Seems pretty all right for when your goal is to run out the clock here. Oh, we see the second Frothing Berserker come into hand, like you said.
Yeah. Nah, I don't know that it's worth 9 mana, but in this position, in this specific game state, it's okay. I think you're okay with that result.
Yep. So I would not be surprised to see. Actually, let me think about that for a second, because I was going to say I would assume this Frothing Berserker is coming down, but I wonder, now that you see that it's micro squad, does that change the math for you in terms of playing out this Frothing Berserker?
I think it's interesting, because if you do nothing, if you don't because at the moment Oro is actually just top decking, right? Like, they've got, their hand is nothing but removal and a mecha threat, so all their threats are coming off the top. So if they play this Frothing and commit it, and Intrepid has an answer for it, like a Brawl plus microbots, then you're really sad, because you have no other threats except for what you draw off the top, and they could draw like a Cruel Taskmaster, so it could be a disaster. But I think they just need to go, right. Like, they need to get this train moving, because if they wait too long, they're gonna get comboed out.
Yeah, and they're the top of their deck. We talked about how Black Howl Gunspire is cool, but it can't attack. This is just one of the few attacking creatures they have left to them. So even though, this doesn't feel great, because the Intrepid Fox Warrior has drawn so many cards over the course of this game. They're down to 6 cards left in deck. Oro Esports is under no illusions that there's a brawl in that hand.
No, and Eternium Rover plus microbots will do a pretty good job of cleaning up one of these Super Berserk. Oh, they're actually going to go for the brawl here, which I don't hate this either. This gives them a chance to win the brawl, and then the microbots will clean up anything that survives.
Yeah, that's actually a really good order of operations there. No matter what happened, they were going to be able to micro squad and finish whichever Frothing Berserker coincidentally could have lived. It turned out to be much more in their favor, and that the Cruel Taskmaster. So they get to keep a microbot on the board now. There it is, Black Howlspire.
The Gunspire, really just going to be a very pretty 3/8. Right. with the Taskmaster not in hand now, and it's maybe it'll win a brawl someday in the future. I don't hate that Oro picked it. I don't remember what the other picks were, but it was tempting. Having already picked the Taskmaster, so it's it's not the worst pick in the world. But now I think Oro's probably regretting that pick right now.
I wonder if they picked it to combo with their Owl. Because I guess as soon as you silence it, then
that's true.
With it.
That's true.
But they only have the one Owl, and they have 2 Gunspires, so I don't know.
Right. But then again, also, if they get that second Elysiana, they can just try again. So there's that. But they're running out of time, though. There's Intrepid's at 6 cards, 5 draws away from, or 6 draws away from playing out the combo.
Yeah, they really just have to draw these 6 cards and then play all these other cards that aren't. And they're on a pretty good pace. I would assume we're going to see one of these shield slams come down.
Yeah, I don't think Intrepid wants to find out exactly what the plan is for these Gunspires.
The old Hearthstone adage: if you see something weird, kill it immediately.
Right. Like, don't wait to try to figure out what they're doing with it. Like, you don't want the there's the second Elysiana, so I wonder if they go for it now.
Oh, gosh, is it time to re-roll? I could see an argument for just going ahead and tempo Mechathune.
Yeah. It's not like you're ever going to actually try to get Mechathune off here as, before they do. So maybe, you just slam down a 10-10 and say, let's go. Unfortunately, Intrepid did draw their second Shield Slam right on time. So it's not going to pay off if they go for the tempo Mechathune. But I think it's probably the right play, honestly.
Yeah, I'm actually waffling back towards your original play of Elysiana, because I wonder if there's a chance you can find a way to activate your Mechathune. I don't know which is more likely to work, right? Like, is it more likely you pull off your Mechathune combo first? You're now behind on draws, so it would seem unlikely.
Yeah, they'd get even further behind on draws because they'd go from 6 to 10 cards.
Oh, that's right.
They're going to go for it.
They're going for it.
Yeah, they just need new threats, right? So Green Scan represents a good amount of damage. Amalgam is just a spider tank. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know. Oh, Leroy! Oh,
What?
man, what a pick. And Vargoth's not terrible there, I don't think. Just a 2/6 that gets in the way. And maybe you might get a double execute here and there. So
Yeah.
there's some picks, though, in that Discover
Wow.
series there, Bills.
Also, just in terms of dust cost, that was incredible. 3 legendaries?
Hmm.
That's outrageous.
That's like 1,200 dusts.
Yeah, all on its own. So we have for Intrepid Fox, they're now trying to figure out. Now they're in the mode of, okay, we have cards out of our hand so that we can eventually execute this combo. But they also are still looking down the 7/7. There's a whole new slew of problems that they don't know about. You're talking about this with the first Elysiana. There's 10 cards. They know what none of them are. Can they spend this Shield Slam? I would assume is what they're currently debating.
Yeah, and interestingly, like the Acolyte of Pain is in hand, so the first instinct might be, hey, let's draw cards, but they have to be careful not to burn the Whirlwind. So they've got to go down to 6 cards here in order to safely play this Acolyte and not accidentally burn their win condition.
Yeah. As a guy who has milled his own Shutterwalk before, back in the days of Infinite Combo Shutterwalk, I can tell you it's important not to mill. Oh, also, poor Scintilla, poor guy.
Yeah, right.
It's important not to mill your combos. They're going to go ahead and commit their Shield Slam, and they're.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Honestly, like this just relieves all the pressure that just came up. They're 4 draws away, from finishing this game. So just make sure you have the time to do it. Take out the 7/7, get ready to go.
So we have an interesting interaction here between the Captain Greenskin and the Super Collider. Much like we were talking about with Darius Crowley, the creature has to survive in order to attack. So if you increase the attack of Super Collider, all of a sudden you can't Super Collide this Town Crier, for example, because it will die.
Yeah, so, but they may, they're going to go for the Mechthun now. Hey, what's up? Here's a 10/10. They just saw the second Shield Slam, so this is actually a really good play, because they know there's no way for them to deal with the 10/10.
Yeah, we see the side of they chose to deal with was it the devil you know? they chose to answer the threat that they saw, not these unknown nebulous threats in the future. And this is one of them. Mechthun off of one of the earlier Omega assemblies is just a 10/10 beater that they have to deal with now, and they don't have a Shield Slam to do it.
So now this becomes, a very careful clock calculation for Intrepid Fox. Can they get hit in the dome twice by the Mechthun before they pull off their combo? And Bills, at 62 life, the answer is yes.
Yes, amazingly, the answer is yes.
So I would not be surprised here to just see them ignore, trade into the Mechthun, but otherwise not make a concerted effort to get rid of it. Right now, they just need to make sure their hand is clear, so that the Mechthun actually goes off. And then they can just tank the rest of the damage.
And this is good. What you want to talk about control warrior problems? It's just like, oh man, I have 60 health. I hope I can take 4 or 5 Mechthun hits.
Right. Well, the new spider tank, the Nightmare Amalgam, has come into hands, and now this this Gear Blade hitting for 3 damage now every turn, but it's just not enough. I mean, this is what 21 damage on the side of Oro, but it's not enough to actually pressure the Mechthun combo out of possibility.
If you had said to me, man, 21 damage a turn is just not a fast enough clock. But you're right. This is the Whirlwind, the ever important Whirlwind.
And they picked up Delivery Drone too, so they could even high roll into a Ziliax and just make it that much more of a guarantee that they survive into their combo next turn.
Yeah, I mean they're kind of spoiled for. Oh, is their last thing is, I was gonna say, Security Rover is just one of the most defensive tools that you can play in a game, especially when it has rush. But they also have to make sure that they don't have any creatures on the board when Mechthun dies. So you'd hate to have some kind of Security Rover generates a mech and makes it so Mechthun doesn't play.
Right. Oh, that's true. They've got to trade it away here. Like, they just make sure that it dies, leave the 2/3. Oh, they can just dump everything out here.
Okay, so they've actually just
finally trade away the Mechathune.
that Mechathune. That's the longest I've ever seen a Mechathune stay on the board and then nobody wins.
Right. Okay. Well, folks, this is it. There is no more time left for Oro to pressure down Intrepid Fox. Next turn, you will be treated to the Mechathune combo, the modern version of this one turn kill. And it's going to be Boom Ship pulling out Malagos and Mechathune, then plus Enrage, Whirlwind. It's going to be a good time. But I think they got to get rid of this Harrison.
They have to get rid of their Harrison. Oh, Harrison will die in the Whirlwind.
Oh, shoot. But Harrison comes out of the Boom Ship. Okay.
Yeah.
So not a disaster. I was thinking what if they had to play Harrison and draw 3 cards there to win this game? But no. Crisis averted. Boom Ship pulls out 3 minions. Whirlwind gonna finish it.
Here it is. A series of explosions. 67 life. Not enough to survive the Mechathune electrical.
Doesn't matter.
Just doesn't matter.
No, all the armor in the world. So this is what we were talking about early as this matchup started. The Mechathune is designed specifically to beat Control Warrior. Doesn't matter how much armor you have. I empty my deck, I get these cards in my hand, I win. That's it. That's all we got to do. Yeah. So one of 3 very difficult matchups down for Oro Esports. Intrepid is now on the board 1-2, but with 2 pretty good matchups against this Control Warrior. So Oro back on the back foot, trying to win this set. So Shaman now up for Intrepid. So how does this play out for both of these teams?
So what's interesting is we see one of the classic problems of playing full Control Warrior against a big deck, throughout history. If you Hecklebot and you pull out one of their big threats for them, you are spending 4 mana to activate their game plan for them.
Yep.
Of basically playing huge stuff for cheap. Yeah, and it's another thing that's going to make them struggle.
Right. And the Ancestral Spirit, and that's one of the tricky things. Like, you Hecklebot, you pull out, Alakir the Windlord, and they Ancestral Spirit and Big Bad Voodoo it, and now you're sad.
Yes, you are. You can now, if you think you're in a really bad spot and you think you need to take some big risks, which it looks like they don't think they're in that spot necessarily, you can try to really high roll. Like if you Hecklebot out their Muck Morphers, for example, then you can actually sort of hamstring some of their ways to cheat out the big threats. Yeah. But I would say that's something you only do if you think you are in dire straits in terms of matchup. It looks like they think they have some game, and they're looking for, I would not be surprised, this Dr. Boom Mad Genius right here.
Oh yeah, and Oro actually pitched the Hecklebot out of the mulligan, so that's apparently not part of their game plan, but they ended up getting it back anyway. Right. So I think they understand the risk there of playing the Hecklebot, and that it's not actually going to be part of their game plan coming in. Although this is going to be interesting. Intrepid is starting to draw some of their big threats. One of the Walking Fountains and a Serab now in hand, meaning that Muck Morpher can't morph into it. They've got to Eureka those out if they want to try and duplicate them.
Yeah, one of the things that it seems like on the surface, this deck plays around the draw problem by having both ways to cheat it out of your hand and to cheat it out of the deck. But the cheated out of your hand is slower, and they don't have it in their hand right now.
Right. Yeah, and that's kind of what Spirit of the Frog is in the deck for. It's kind of to try to guarantee that they can, because it's a semi-tutor effect. Because if you only include one copy of a specific mana cost, you can guarantee that Spirit of the Frog picks up the spell you want. But Hunting Vision is going to pick up that elementary reaction and draw a card. So not a bad result, but not the best result I would think that they wanted to see there.
And here we see just another one of those recursive minions, like you were talking about before the last match, is Karen Bloodhoof.
Mm-hmm.
Just one of those cards that Warrior can sometimes struggle with because it keeps on. So you brawl it and it's back again. Big Bad Voodoo, it's back again. Ancestral Healing brings it back to full health and obviously taunts it. Then there's the Ancestral Spirit. That's what I was looking for, where Death Rattle comes back again. It's just never. It's only a 4/5, but it's a 4/5 that if they can get it on the board for a turn or 2, it's unlimited in the number of times it can come back to life.
Yeah. Ooh, Ziliax for 2 mana is not terrible.
Not terrible.
And you're absolutely right. Like this, even it doesn't represent a lot of pressure, but it's just pressure that the warrior has so much difficulty getting rid of. And without access to tank up is a thing of the past, Bills. Your armor up is all we got nowadays. You get in 2 mana every turn, and that's it, unless you're playing Eternium Rover or any other armor gaining effects, like Weapons Project. So it's much more difficult for warrior to just kind of like tank up or rank up. Like they can't rely on near infinite armor to save them in long games. They have to proactively react to the board at times.
And speaking of having to proactively react to the board, the Walking Fountain was off the very first of our game. Maybe not the most threatening, but certainly it has Wind Fury and it has 4 attack. And just like you were just saying, they don't get to tank up for 4 anymore. They only get to armor up for 2.
Yeah. And you don't want to. I mean, the Walking Fountain represents 8 damage every turn. That's a heck of a clock to put a warrior on with no answer. So now they have to consider, like, Oro only has so many removal tools in their deck. So if they burn this Shield Slam now, there's still 2 Walking Fountains to deal with later on. Not even accounting for any that get hit by.
Yeah, exactly. And now I would assume that they're currently trying. How do we portion out the threat removal that we have available in our deck, without making it such that when threat, because as control warrior, you never lose to the first threat or the second threat, maybe not even the third or the fourth threat. It's like that 6th threat, the 7th threat. All of a sudden, you're out of executes, you're out of shield slams, you're out of brawls. Now what do you do? And so they're trying to figure out how they can have some game moving later on.
You are not fit to rule the Horde.
And it looks like we're going to see this Karen Bloodhoof go ahead and hit the table from Shaman. And it's now been presented. The problem has been presented. Here's a Cairn. How would you like to try to deal with this? Bear in mind that if you choose to spend any premium removal on it, be it this Shield Slam that we see, there's also an Execute, it comes right back as a 4/5. So they're going to go ahead and pass on the whole thing, go ahead and become Dr. Boom, and try to get additional value generation by becoming Dr. Boom, having that Dr. Boom hero power for as long as possible.
So I think my internet just blinked, Bill. So if you don't, just go ahead and carry me for a couple more minutes because I need to reconnect to Hearthstone, etc.
No worries. All you're missing right now is exactly everything we foretold. This Karen Bloodhoof has hit the ground, and it is running. And all Warrior could do is become Dr. Boom and pass.
Ouch.
For 7 mana. So now, all of a sudden, we have an Intrepid Fox Shaman with a fistful of cards, and they just have to kind of decide. Unfortunately, they don't have any of the really punishing ones to really punish the warrior for leaving up this Cairn. Obviously, they're looking for things like their Big Bag Voodoo, their Ancestral Spirit. They have neither of those. And they actually, as I'm looking at their hand right now, they kind of have a fistful of cards that they can't play at the moment. Everything in their hand that's an actual proactive creature, stuff like Ysera, stuff like Walking Fountain costs more mana than they have. And Ziliax can't really do anything at the moment. You can't magnetize Ziliax to a Cairn Bloodhoof, though I will say, if anyone out there wants to do some fan art of Cairn wearing a Ziliax suit of armor, I'm in favor.
And this ancestral healing being put on the totem bills is so clever because they're paying attention to Dr. Boom's hero power, and right now it's Zap Cannon. And if they did not do something to protect the Cairn from being hit by the Super Collider, they could go Zap Cannon, Super Collider, and clear the first half of the Cairn. So by taunting the totem, now they can't use the Super Collider, but the Hecklebot's going to clear some of that problem, but it still does not allow them to clear off the first half of the Cairn because they rolled a 0 mana minion off the Hecklebot
with stealth. And so now, as the warrior, do you take 4 to clear a Spirit of the Frog that you gave them for mana?
I mean, in the game of things I need to clear that I made them have because of Hecklebot, Spirit of the Frog is probably the best case scenario.
Right, and it's just a testament to how gross this is that even me saying it out loud is like, that's the best case, though. Like, that's the best thing they could have hoped for,
right?
Short of pulling out maybe a Muckmorpher.
So this hand from Intrepid Fox just continues to grow with minions, but no Eureka anywhere nearby. So if that Spirit of the Frog lived, they could have gone Hag of the Scheme to pick up Eureka, but killing the front half of their Cairn in the meantime. So this is a really awkward hand for Intrepid Fox.
Yeah, it's one of the strange side effects of playing these big control decks is sometimes you just end up with a fistful. They have 10 cards. They have to play something.
Right.
But none of these plays are appealing. And they have, well, all of the most appealing plays they can't afford because they're, 10 and 9 and 8 mana.
Right.
So we're going to go ahead and see the 2 mana Ziliax get committed to clear out this frog. And we're going to see Cairn go face to try to just keep hitting him. We've said it before, he's not a ton of threat. He's 4 damage a turn. But he's 4 damage a turn.
And I think there was a little bit of order of operations regret there that Intrepid Fox had, because I think they wanted to totem before they dropped the Ziliax to make sure that Ziliax would run into the totem off of a Super Collider hit. So
Good call.
yeah, I think they realized that they did it slightly out of order and didn't hero power there specifically for that reason. But I think the hero power would have been fine there because it still kind of gives you a 50-50 to protect your Cairn from the Super Collider.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm not sure exactly what the rationale behind not hero powering. I don't know what they're playing. I guess they don't want to get brawled, maybe. But you're right. I think the possibility of having a sort of a low impact totem eat this Super Collider hit, because right now the Super Collider hits Ziliax and both the front half of Cairn and Ziliax, because the actual hit of the hammer will pull the Divine Shield off.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And then the Micro Squad will do a little bit of work clearing off of the Bane half of Cairn Bloodhoof. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that committed to do 3 damage as well. They got an Execute in hand, so we're gonna do that. Yeah. But this goes back to what we were talking about before, Bills, was how much of our resources do we throw at these recursive threats from the shamans? And there goes another one. Execute is gone from one of the executes is gone from the repertoire.
Yeah, and gone forever. we've talked about how the shaman can continually just generate threats using all of these things that bring the minions back, but that execute is never coming back.
Right, and Eureka finally top decked on the side of Intrepid Fox, which means this Archmage comes out as a duplicate. They still got one in hand for later on. So now that one of the executes is gone, now what do you do as Oro?
Well, here we see one of just the cards of Control Warrior, this Omega Devastator. It's like a super duper crowd roaster, and it costs less, and it can come down potentially in a tempo fashion for 4 mana. We're actually going to see the Omegas, but if this Omega Devastator doesn't come down to either deal with the Big Bad Archmage or deal with the Boulder Fist Ogre, I will be stunned.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this Omega Devastator is just one of the best removal tools that has come out in this most recent set. For a warrior, it's a 4 mana 4/5 by itself is fine. Like, if you're in a really fast matchup, you're okay playing it as trade material. But if you're in a long game scenario, 10 damage to any minion clears up just about anything, save some of the big dragons.
Yeah, ironically, a damaged Stegotron will also survive as long as it didn't damage itself, which is just a crazy. So we're actually going to see. I was curious as to where this 10 damage was going to go, because I was thinking big bad Archmage. We're actually just gonna go ahead and see. Oh, the
rush effect.
The Omega Devastator has charge. That's good enough.
Yeah, sometimes it's so hard to remember that there's also the rush effect from Dr. Boom, because there's just so much going on as the control player. And oh man, that big bag voodoo would have been so good last turn.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's just a turn too late for that to be big. Although they can still coin Ysera big bad voodoo here, which is still a really strong play.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough for this warrior to deal with. He hasn't actually been able to build up enough armor to be able to shield slam a big threat, which I would argue Ysera probably counts as a big threat. And
I would think so.
Yeah, 7 is not enough with the shield slam. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Obviously, there's cards in the hand that can be committed, but a 10 drop is coming out of this.
Yeah, right.
that universal problem of where do I commit my removal and how much do I commit. This is like an 11 mana. This is an 11 mana commitment.
They go weapons project to get the extra armor, and that'll give them the shield slam.
Oh, you're right. That'll give them to 13, won't it?
Yeah, but it also gives 2 more damage every turn available to Intrepid Fox, which is not where they want to be when they don't have a consistent way to generate armor.
Yeah, and so now, oh my gosh, this is sort of a whether you do or not, you're just in trouble. Do you want to shield slam this Ysera and see what comes out? I guess so. Here we go.
Yeah, I think they went with the Omega assembly just to see if they could generate some trade material, but that is an interesting result. Kalecgos makes the first spell played every turn for Intrepid Fox free, and you can see Oro is not about it. They're like, we have to get rid of this, and we have to get rid of it now. So they commit a lot of cards to trade away this Kalecgos, because that could have been a disaster.
Oh my gosh, the 0 mana Eureka. Can you just a gross situation.
I can't imagine, and it's a nice thought, Bills. I can tell you what, from the inside of my mind. Hagatha, though, coming into play for Intrepid Fox. I wonder if Hagatha becomes part of the equation. Yes, she does.
Yes, she does. And here we're going to see both of the remaining hero cards square off against each other.
Yeah, we're in a post-hero card world. Like Dr. Boom and Hagatha are the only ones remaining. They all rotated out of the previous sets from the Year of the Raven.
Yeah, them. I guess Zul'jin is technically.
Oh, and Zul'jin. Yeah, you're right.
But I feel like I see him so infrequently. I feel like these two are two that I see with incredible frequency.
Right. Yeah, I think modern hunters kill you before Zul'jin even becomes a playable card.
Right.
So it's not like it was in the old days. But yeah, like this is Battle of the remaining Death Knights, or not Death Knights, but hero cards. They are not Death Knights.
Yeah. In terms of their impact, though, I'll give you that.
Yeah, Death Knight-ish. Boom Reaver is definitely a thought here, Bills, from Oro's side, because it gives them more threats than they normally would not have, and as a 7/9, it is itself a threat. I would not be surprised to see them to just slam that out here.
Is there any concern about it pulling your Elysiana?
Well, it generates a copy.
Oh, it's a copy. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
oh, big game hunter.
Yeah. Man, what a world where big game hunter's relevant again. And there's the second Eureka, but I think they're hovering over Hagatha's scheme. I don't think they want to mess with this 13 power or 11 power on board. Like, nah, we'll just drop it a laughing system instead. It's still pretty good.
Oh yeah, and they're gonna go ahead and get another big bad voodoo, which from playing this laughing sister.
And that's exactly why Intrepid went with Hagatha, because sometimes you just roll more spells that you want to play. We're at the first expansion of a new rotation, which means the card pools are much smaller. This is as small as the card pool's ever going to get. So the chances of rolling a spell that you actually want in your deck are better now than they ever will be. So playing Hagatha right, this is exactly why they did it.
Yeah, that's a great point. And all of a sudden, that applies to everything across the board. Like the chances of you getting, a taunt creature you need. For example, we're about to see. I wouldn't be surprised to see Big Bad Voodoo hit this Walking Fountain. The 9 mana pool is also much more limited than at the very end of Year of the Raven. Your chances of hitting, another copy of Ysera, let's say, is also quite a bit higher.
Yeah, this safeguard is actually. It's not a card that sees a lot of play, but in this position, after having just picked up Ziliax, that's going to be a really tough minion to deal with. No matter which half of the safeguard they have to deal with the next turn.
Yeah, that 05 that comes out is also a mech.
Yes, it is. But now Intrepid, they've got a lot of juicy targets for this Eureka. And they can back it up with a Big Bad Voodoo if they want. So they're not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. They're still kind of in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they're in that classic Hagatha the Witch situation that sometimes comes up where so many of your cards replace themselves. You have to be a little careful about your hand size.
Right. Oh man! Look
Oh
at
my
that.
god, an ancestral
Spirit. So both of the roles that came out of Hagatha, it pretty much exactly what they needed. Just to go back to the same point from before, Bills, recursion is so difficult for Warrior to deal with, and they've just gotten their 3rd copies of both of their recursion spells.
And they were able to clear both parts of that safeguard. Obviously, they used up their last weapon charge to do so, but now the safeguard and what's the little safe guy's name? I forget his name. The vault safe are both no longer on the board. So the ability to magnetize Ziliax. Obviously, there's still choices in hand. You have the vicious Scrap Hound, for example. You can magnetize a Ziliax to that. But
yeah, and that would be a great roll, honestly. Because the Hound it generates armor when you deal damage, and if you magnetize that to something else, like, you're generating quite a lot of armor over time. That could be an important part of Oro's ongoing chances to survive this game.
yeah, and I think they still have, if I'm not mistaken, they still have a Shield Slam. And so the ability to spontaneously generate a bunch of armor, because like you were saying, Vicious Scrap Hound generates armor based on the amount of damage that it does. So you attach a Ziliax to it, and Vicious Scrap Hound can another Nos Dormant. What is happening?
Second time, my goodness! But fortunately, Oro was holding on to that big Game Hunter. There were a lot of rolls on 9 mana that Oro could not have answered. So very fortunate that they got an 8/8 out of that the big Game Hunter could actually do something about.
Yeah, this is your chance in the sun, big Game Hunter. You didn't have a lot of play last game, but this time you brought down a dragon aspect of time.
Man, oh man, like that old dwarf has got some stories to tell when he heads back to the inn. Intrepid draws into their technically 3rd ancestor spirit. This Eureka is so strong, Bills. They could actually double this up if they wanted to.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know if you want to do that because there is an owl in the deck available for Oro, but all the same, man, this is such a difficult board for Oro to deal with.
Yeah,
Oof.
and oh oh my gosh, the Gadget Sand Auctioneer.
I think that is an interesting decision point, Bills, because you want to answer, like, can you answer the Archmage, because you have to kill it twice. Can they kill it twice? I'm not sure that they can. But then if you don't answer the Auctioneer, it just starts drawing into all of the nastiness that's in the Shaman deck.
Yeah, if they leave this Gadget Sand Auctioneer, Witch's Brew is not only heal for
Well, right now
20,
nothing, but
20 health. Or it's basically can be 10 mana, draw 5 cards if you need it to be. Oh man, that Security Rover is just another beneficiary of the pools being limited. Obviously, Discovers are weighted towards the class you're playing, and it's a warrior mech. So he's actually going to go for the Piloted Reaper, though. Although that will pull his
tricky.
That could pull his banker. But he's not worried.
Man, there's a 50-50 to pull that banker, which, I mean, I know that Oro's definitely on the back foot. They're trying to survive this game, but I still think you'd want to hold that baleful banker. And there's the owl as well for Oro. So that ancestor spirit sitting in hand, and the
Big
third
bad voodoo.
man. However, no more Eureka. So now the big bad Archmage has to be played naturally and can be answered, although both of them are in hand.
Yeah, and I wonder if, we've seen Oro Esports be extremely judicious with their use of removal over the course of this game, as they've had to be. But even with all of that, they're down to basically a Brawl and a Warpath.
Yeah.
And then they're living off the top of their deck.
Yeah, Warpath doesn't even clear the Archmage. It can only do 5 damage for 10 mana. Like this is they pretty much Brawl is the only answer. Brawl and Silence, but the Silence still leaves a 6/6, which is still really problematic.
Yeah,
So
and not just a 6/6, but still a 10 mana 6/6.
So Halakir, now
Okay.
that's a nice target for an Ancestor Spirit.
I would agree. I agree wholeheartedly.
So do they Witch's Brew and draw more cards, or they just play? Oh, they're just gonna play the Alakir here. Yeah, this is great. Just pressure. That's 10 damage on board, and they got a Beaker Lightning for their troubles as well.
every card, especially every spell card that costs 0, you just have to pay attention to, because especially in conjunction with this buddy here, the Gadget Sand Auctioneer.
Yep.
So this is a situation where you have to decide how. Oh gosh, do you ever commit this owl and then brawl to try to give yourself just a chance to win the brawl and also undo one of their big bad voodoos? Is it that desperate? You're down to 17 life.
You're on, as Oro, you're on a 2-turn clock, right? If you don't do anything about it this turn, then in 2 turns you're dead. So waiting a turn might be too late. They might have to go for the owl brawl. Owl A to make sure that the big bad voodoo doesn't trigger off of the auctioneer, but also to give you a 1 and 3 to actually win the brawl and clear both minions. So that's literally the last play they have in their deck. There's nothing else after this if they went that route. But they're going to go with the Stegatron actually to kind of half measure. Just pop the shields, trade away the Alkir, leave the Gadget Sand Auctioneer up though.
And so now let's see what they can draw.
Ooh,
okay.
What's left in the deck though?
They have both big bad archmages in hand. Is there another walking fountain left?
I think
because one walking fountain was a muck morpher.
We've seen Ysera. There's both archmages. We've seen both fountains. Alakir's got played. Karen got played earlier.
Yeah, Karen was played very beginning. It might.
Yeah, I think that Spirit of the Frog might be the only thing left in the deck though.
Huh.
So they made the muck morpher might be a dead card here.
Wow, that's well, bottom 8.
I mean, we're coming to the end of the game, and that's kind of one of the other risks of playing, cards that do that kind of cheating is that, well, sometimes when you get to the bottom of the deck, what do? You just add stuff.
Looks like they're gonna go ahead and commit a big bad. Well, they're thinking about committing one of these big bad archmages, which I am honestly in favor of. You're gonna have to play them at some point. They'll give you a spell.
Well, there's an interesting game state here, Bills.
Oh, crowd roaster.
Really threatening minion. My goodness. And look at this. Glinda
all
gives
of your minions have echo.
Oh man, that is a must remove for Oro Esports. Like they really have to answer Glinda, because if Glinda sticks, that second Archmage is just going to keep more recursion for the warrior to deal with. But
and they also can't take the 13, right? They can't take the big bad Archmage and the crowd roaster just hitting him in the face for too long. They're down They're down to 24, which seems pretty healthy, but 24 is not much when you're staring down 13. Here comes the brawl. It's time to brawl.
And the interesting thing about this game state 2, Bills, is that the Beaker Lightning overloaded them, so they cannot play that second Archmage in this coming turn.
That's right. They're overloaded for 2 going into next turn, and that's probably the outcome that they were most hoping for. If you had to pick one,
like, stop drawing cards. Please don't echo any of your big threats that are still in hand. Like the Ziliax wouldn't clear the crowd roaster, but it would at least heal a little bit and possibly block some damage. Or they may just go for the Harrison here just to challenge the 4 health. Which, either way is fine. And I think also Ziliax represents a little bit more potential if you get something good off the delivery drone. A bomb that was still in the deck from earlier on.
I forgot about that. There actually was someone order a bomb goblin way a long time ago.
way in the way back.
Way in the long ago, the before time.
So not a ton of plays here available for Intrepid, honestly. The Mug Morpher, as we talked about, is kind of dead. I mean, it'll generate a 4/4, but that's it.
Yeah, I think that's to your point. Last turn, being overloaded for 2 is kind of disastrous. No, there is another
walking fountain.
Okay, so that first walking fountain was the first Muck Morpher.
Oh, that's right. You're right. You're absolutely right. So, all right. So a little bit of damage coming from a Totemic Smash, and Ancestral Spirit going to generate a new walking fountain for 4/8.
Oh my gosh!
This is so tough for Oro. Like
Omega Devastator.
Ooh man, what a roll off the top.
And so I would assume we're going to see some sort of Omega Devastator magnetize Ziliax to it.
Yeah.
Super combo play.
Yeah,
Just
absolutely. Like like totally clears the board, heals for 7, stays in this game a little while longer.
This would be a good time for a master plan.
And so they'll actually have board initiative for
Right.
I don't know if it was the very first time in this game, but it's been a while since they've been able to clear the board and have.
This has been for such a notoriously
This would be a
lengthy
good time
matchup
for a
with with
master
these
plan.
Elysiana Warriors. This has been a very exciting series, Bills.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely want to. Everybody who's watching, thank you so much. This is really good stuff. We're so happy to have Conquest back as a format. You know, as Specialist is the rule of the day now. So Conquest, I really love this event specifically, House Rivalries. So we're gonna get what we talked about. Magnetize, get the 7/7, heal up, and Oro barely hanging on to this game, Bills.
Yeah, but we're actually seeing them approach the corner pretty soon. Both of these cards are actually going to be. Actually, we see that the shaman, the Intrepid Fox Shaman, is going to run out of cards first. They're down to 3 cards in deck, if I'm not mistaken.
And now they're
Actually,
drawing more
Foresight.
Yeah. Well, Ancestral Spirit, not bad, but they're running out of stuff to do.
And so obviously they're not going to be able to play Big Bad Archmage on account of 3 as mana is less than 10.
Yeah.
And so with pretty low impact turn of draw a card, hex a threat, leave it on the board, pass over, and then we're going to see the incredible long game. Actually, they're going to go ahead and Elysiana.
Yeah. I mean, you do it now, right? Like, there's those last 3 cards in the deck or so, not important. They need threats. They see now that Intrepid has no more threats to do. They're probably counting cards on their side. They're checking the deck list. They know there's not much left. Oof.
Oh my
Illidan's
gosh.
is good. Underbelly Ooze is not bad either.
Yeah.
So Illidan is the take, though. Shield Slam, not
Oh.
bad.
The Weapons Project also allows them to armor up some more.
Yeah.
There's some, and the last, like you were saying about card counting, the last big threat in Intrepid Fox's Shaman, Big Bad Archmage being hit by. We see a 0 mana Ancestral Spirit, so there's still going to be a Big Bad Archmage 0 mana Ancestral Spirit coming down. There's obviously no way that Oro could know that, but they have held on to this owl for what feels like 30 turns.
Oh yeah, and that's what it's about, right? They know that there's only one threat left. There is only the Big Bad Archmage, so they're holding that owl, waiting for it. But now,
Is there a Eureka? There is not.
Ooh, that is not what they wanted to see. The Mutate's probably the only playable card in that set of 3 in the Discover. Hag of the Scheme for 15 damage. That's a ton.
And Security Rover, all of a sudden, the Shaman is just sort of tripping at the finish line here. It feels like the Oro is going to be able to heal up to over 30, which is a place you'll love to be as warrior. And
There's the last Walking Fountain.
that's it. Walking Fountain, Big Bad Archmage, Ancestral Spirit, and Mutate. That's going to be the final push. Obviously not all at once. That's about 20-something mana worth of stuff.
Right.
But that's it, right? Once those are handled, all of a sudden Oro just plays their Archivist again, 15 turns into fatigue, and grinds them out.
Yeah, this has been a heck of a matchup, and honestly, this is probably as difficult as this matchup is for the Warrior. It's probably the most winnable of them, right? And this is a really risky play for Intrepid Fox because they know that there's some. I think they're rolling the dice that the Owl got replaced by Elysiana.
Yeah,
Right.
because I don't remember how many cards were left in deck, but it was not very many. Somewhere maybe in the 5-ish, 3 to 5 range, or something like that.
And I think the Owl's been in hand for about 6 turns or so.
Oh
So-
yeah.
So it's risky, and I think they're realizing that they're out of time. Like they have to create an in-game threat here in order to win this game because Oro's pretty much they literally have nothing in hand but a big game. So they have to win based on Intrepid has to win based on what they have in hand right now, and what that is still a Walking Fountain Ancestral Spirit combo. So
Yeah.
this game is not over yet.
And they're going to be able to, now that the Owl has been committed, they can now Walking Fountain and commit the Ancestral Spirit to it without a second thought. And then next turn, they have the possibility of being able to evolve that Walking Fountain into something like use both Walking Fountain attacks, and then go for the super high roll. Try to find. Trying to think of incredibly impactful 9-cost cards. King Crush is the first one that comes to mind, but I'm sure there are others. You know, Ysera. Obviously, we've seen that earlier this game.
Yep.
But here it is. This is, to quote Poets Laureate to the entire band of Europe, the final countdown.
So they get a Shutterwalk, which is really not the greatest 9-cost card they could have hoped for. No real board effect. It's just a 6/6, but it is a 6/6 that Oro has to kill twice, and they're going to have to rely on doing it the old-fashioned way with trades. So this is but this is it. Once they trade off the Shutterwalk, that's it. Oro can actually cruise to the finish line.
Yeah, and this is an interesting. I'm surprised that they decided to commit the mutate. Actually, no. This actually makes a lot of sense. Then I'm thinking about it. Like we were saying earlier, they're in a situation where they're going to need to start making some big plays, and this is the biggest potential play from their perspective, right? Like if we successfully get one of those super high impact cards, and then we can, duplicate it. Shutterwalk is definitely one of the low rolls, though. I would say, like a 6/6.
Right.
It's not nothing, but it's not what they were hoping for.
No, and all Intrepid Fox can do here is just go face. Like they'd have to actually burn 4 cards just to remove the Black Knight to protect the Shutterwalk. So I don't think that. I mean, but what else do you do? Like you just
Well, Totemic Smash can go face.
Oh, that's true. That's true. So you can put that 4 damage to the face if they really really wanted to, but that's 10 attack or 10 damage. And Oro is at 31. It's just not enough.
This might be the very first Intrepid defeat.
Yeah.
Of all time in recorded history.
Totally undefeated in House Rivalry Season 1, folks. Intrepid Fox, who's piloting the Shaman, they went 8-0 in the 6-0 in the Swiss portion of Season 1, and then 8-0 altogether because they won their 2 playoff matches. So undefeated through the entirety of Season 1. And Oro is on the verge of delivering their very first loss as House Rivalries champions.
This is such a cool play, though, with the using the Shutterwalk, basically healing the Shutterwalk, attacking to kill the Black Knight, healing the Shutterwalk again, and healing themselves to full. So they only committed a single card, but this Illidan Stormrage is another just really threatening card. All of a sudden, all of these cards are just, we kept talking throughout the course of the game, the Warrior's going to run out of removal. Well, the tables have turned. Shaman's out of board, and they're out of removal.
Yeah, they're out of threats. Like they actually, all credit to Oro. They have navigated a game where, the Shaman classically has more threats than the Warrior has removal, but they were able to dole out their resources and pace this game out to be able to get to a position where they're actually ahead on board. This is incredible, and all credit to the Oro team. This is a Portuguese team, and they famously have one of the baddest women of Hearthstone on their team, the Teacher, who was top 8 in the baddest women of Hearthstone tournament. So this is a team in Oro Esports that has chops, Bills. So them delivering Intrepid their very first loss after an undefeated Season 1, this is incredible.
Yeah, and we saw over the course of this game just the patience that comes with having been in high pressure situations before, because every piece of removal had like a thumbprint on it. It was being held onto so tightly, and it's just now it's all of a sudden it's paying off. As soon as this Shutterwalk is removed, that's it. The Shaman is out of. They're gonna scoop it up. They see it. The writing's on the wall. They're gonna walk away.
Wow, Intrepid scoops that last game. Oro had quite a challenge on their hands. They had to win 3 in a row with that Elysiana Warrior, all fairly unfavored against all 3 of those decks from Intrepid Fox. So Intrepid Fox now first loss ever. In House Rivalries. So we are we're gonna come back to our our analyst desk now, because I want to hear their opinions on this, because this was basically a case of this series starts as soon as Oro queues up the Elysiana Warrior, and they had to get 1 win out of 3 pretty difficult matchups. So Delta and Paradox, talk to us.
Thank you so much, Cinder and Dollar Bills, for the excellent casting for this match between Oro Esports and Intrepid Fox. As they just said, Intrepid Fox finally getting taken out of the fight with this undefeated reign that they had here. But you know, I gotta hand it to the analysts now. Big Shaman looked like a big mistake.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about it on analyst desk, and the shaman didn't really get through with the stuff it wanted to do. It's like the deck is really good versus a lot of things. It has a decent amount of value. It does decently against aggro because of a lot of healing, but it just lacks the overall pressure that the other decks could exert, and then they basically just got ran over. And we saw it both versus the mage that even burned like a Conjurer's Calling and everything. I lost so much value, and also in this warrior grind out, even with some pretty good pulls from Hagata, I would say.
Yeah. So Paradox, do you think that there was just an overall macro mistake here bringing the big shaman, or do you think that it theoretically could have worked?
I don't know exactly what the strategy was planning on going for. Like on the desk, we talked about how it's probably to counter warrior, and in that case, I think that bringing shaman was probably not the best idea. Like there are decks like the paladin deck we saw Roger bring to worlds, the mech paladin with like the undertaker, the mechanical world, mechanical egg, etc. That just run over warrior, like not even close. As macro decisions with the shaman goes, like there are a lot of sketchy decisions on both sides. I would say on both sides throughout that series. In like macro decision, I think that really cost them this series was in the mage game, where they just decided to, for some reason, just not go face. Big turn where there was two Emerald Drakes on board, and they just decided to just play around MC Tech and just train like the weirdest ways that I've seen in like quite a while to play around MC Tech. I think that if they decided to acknowledge the inevitability where they lose the 4 Mountain Giants, like no matter what, instead of trying to win the long game, they just push their advantage. I think they could have won with the Shaman. And then if they win with the Shaman, they then only have the Mage left over versus the Warrior, which is a much more favored matchup than, say, the Shaman versus the Warrior, which we all saw what happened in that game.
Delta, do you agree with Paradox's analysis that if Big Shaman had won for Intrepid Fox in that first game versus the Dragon Mage that Aura Esports won, that they might be at a bit of a different position in this set?
Yeah, I felt like the main problem was the shaman. It was basically holding the whole lineup back. If their mindset was like we're beating warrior, and of course maybe this deck is like decent versus warrior, they would probably do a more hard counter, like as Paradox said, mech hunter, mech paladin, or something in that vein. And it's also the fact that they played versus the mage. They played very controlly and basically letting the mage be able to draw all the cards they needed. They saw a burn of a Conjurer's Calling really early from the Book of Specters, and they know that's only one left. But if they applied on much more pressure and put everything a little bit more aggressive in that matchup, don't playing around mind control tech, they would most likely end up in a situation where the mage would never be in a position to actually draw the second one, and then they could win off that. But as soon as the second Conjurer's Calling came down, the game was over. So it's a bit shame. They played pretty well. There was, as we said, like they played too controlly, I think, and that's the fall pit. And if they won the first match, they would probably be in a much better position to take the whole series.
Well, enough about that Big Shaman. Paradox, looking at Oro Esports deck lists, do you think that they're in a good position moving forward in the Swiss rounds to potentially see them in playoffs?
It depends on what they run into. Like you can see that a lot of their lineup is relatively similar to what Intrepid Fox is going for. We have the Mage, which is good against Warrior, Hunter, which is alright-ish, like probably good against Warrior, and then like we got the Miracle Rogue in the mirror match. So I think they're trying to do a similar strategy, just being a little bit better against aggro. I would imagine that it's plausible that they could make it. I'm gonna put all of my bets on that. There's some really good players in these teams that are doing well in the tournament, so
Yeah, so I mean, we just witnessed the first round of Swiss here for EU House Rivalries, where the people of Portugal took out the Titans of Greece. So, really exciting way to start this series off. And we have 30 teams this season. So, we've got a lot more Hearthstone to bring you. But for the first round of Swiss, we saw Oro Esports, Korax, Helsinki Reds, Epic Esports, Seven Force Club, Dortmund Esports, Nordavind, Failing Gaming, Ents, Team Vertex, eSuba Attack Mode, which is our producers' esports organization. MCon Esports, Gamers Origins, and Oslo Lions make it through the first round of Swiss. But we have another round for you. We're going to be going to a quick break so we can get those brackets set up, and then we'll be back with the second match of the day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second round of Swiss for EU House Rivalries. I am Nekra, and now the roles are reversed. We've got Dollar and Cinder ascending on the analyst desk, and we'll be hearing from Delta and Paradox just a little bit later. But before we move into the next round, we have Project Aversio versus M&M Gaming. Now, M&M Gaming was a part of EU House Rivalries last year. And Dollar why don't you tell us a little bit about that team and what they're running?
Oh, yes. We have a UK team. I know Paradox to see how his countrymen can do. And we have a lineup. I would say, of usual suspects. Mage, Rogue, Warrior. We've seen those classes a lot. Obviously, different variations on the sort of the jazz tempo part is like, how many copies of Rabble Bouncer? Am I going to play Power of Creation? Stuff like that. But Mage, Rogue, Warrior, very strong. And then their fourth deck is Shaman. And not just any Shaman. It looks like they've taken an inspiration from Hunter Ace, current world champion. Not a card for card list, but definitely sort of a like a value shutter walk kind of has a bunch of cards that you may not necessarily think work together. But obviously can be piloted to great effect. We have some overload synergies in here with Sludge Slurper, Lickum, and the Thunderhead that can help you sort of take control if you're going up against someone who's very aggressive. I also want to talk a little bit about a tech in this Mage, which is the single copy of Hench Clan's Sneak. It's a 3 mana 3/3 with stealth that on its surface seems like odd, but Hunter Ace was specifically talking about the ability to play Hench Clan Sneak on 3. The other player can't interact with it, and it allows you to mind control tech on because they can't trade in their board. They can't interact with your creature. All they can do is play into a mind control tech or concede a turn, basically. And so I'm really interested to see if that actually plays out against this Aversio team effectively.
Oh, I'm really excited to see that too. So, Cinder, knowing that that's a mechanic that exists in the M&M Gaming Rogue deck, do you think that there's anything on Project Aversio's lineup that's going to be susceptible to that?
Well, I think we heard earlier on that the both of the Rogue decks have been banned, so we may not actually get a chance to see that. And
well, there you
Aversio,
go.
Aversio actually had an interesting Rogue tech as well. They have a copy of Chef Nomi in their Rogue deck as kind of a finisher after the Mirror's Unstable Element has emptied the deck. But again, if that's banned, we're not going to be able to see it. The remainder of their lineup is fairly standard. We have Conjurer Mage, mid-range Hunter, and a Bomb Warrior with Elysiana on the top end, along with the Baleful Banker. And we just saw that. Now, the control deck that Oro was running in the last round was dragon oriented. This one is bomb oriented, so it has a little bit more of a diverse strategy, because those bombs can come into play in late game scenarios against certain other slow decks. So it'll be interesting to see if they can leverage that against some of the slower strategies that they may come up against. But otherwise, like these decks are fairly straightforward from Aversio. And Aversio, interestingly, is a Maltese team, so a lot of representation available here in House Rivalries Season 2, and I'm really excited to see that.
Oh, I'm excited to see that too. I'm glad we get a chance to showcase that team here. But Dollar Bills, what is M&M Gaming's strategy? What deck do you think they're going to start out with? And I misspoke a little bit earlier. It's the Mage deck that we're going to see, that Hench Clan Sneak. You think they're going to start out with the Mage deck?
The deck that I'm most worried about in this lineup, especially Shaman. So there's a part of me that wants to just lead with it and see if you can get a win by virtue of maybe a surprise, or they're unexpected. They're not exactly sure how to play against it, maybe. So there's a part of me that's like, it has to win at some point. Actually, in the last series, like you were talking about, Cinder, we saw a Shaman get 0-3'd. So, it's not a great time to be a Shaman, perhaps, at the moment, walking around on these mean streets of the House Rivalries. So I kind of want to try to sneak a win with the Shaman early on if I can.
All right, so maybe that Shaman's going to lead M&M Gaming to victory. But Cinder, what do you think about Project Aversio? What do you think they're going to lead with, and who do you think takes this matchup?
I think Aversio definitely has a challenging matchup coming up here. The mid-range Hunter is going to have a hard time getting past the Control Warrior's defensive tools, as well as Big Shaman's healing, and with as much lifesteal and Witch's Brew that they have in the deck. And the Dragon Mage, the Khadgar Mage, is just going to have a heck of a time getting on top of like that mirror match. So I think Aversio is going to have a bit of a challenge, but I think they can do it. I think they're actually going to pull this out. I like rooting for the underdog here.
Okay, so I think you've heard it here that we're going to have a great matchup on our hands. We'll be hearing from Cinder and Dala just a little bit later, but now it's time to turn the reins over to Delta and Paradox for this UK versus Malta matchup, so take it away.
Thank you, Necra. It was great to actually be able to cast some and just not analyzing everything and sitting with all the stats and everything and just being into the action. And look how these great teams will pile up these excellent decks here. What do you think, Paradox? Who's the favorite?
So I am, of course, British, and M&M Gaming is, of course, a team from the UK. And I know every single player on that team very well. I know that, excuse me, I know they're all very good at the game, and I'm sure they're not going to let me down too much, even if they lose. But a pretty good shot. Something that I did see that the analysts were noting earlier is this idea of a big shaman. That's actually not completely true. Eminem is playing a more like control-ish based shaman. They have Archivist Elysiana and Shuttlewalk as their end game, so they're going to be trying to grind people out with the value of Hagatha the Witch rather than just getting these cards that we saw in the last round that didn't go particularly well, but Build has a slightly better chance of getting there, especially against the decks like the Hunter, for example, where you have the ability to get the cards like, what was it, like the Sludge Slurper, Thunderhead, Zap down earlier in the game to control the board. Once you get to the late game, Hagatha the Witch is just going to carry you through from there. So I think that we're probably not going to see as disastrous a performance from the Shaman this time. Of course, time will tell. Obviously not by Sador when I say I want Eminem to win. What about you, Della?
Well, looking just by the lineups list and things like that, Eminem has done a little bit more risky strat by bringing in a shaman that's like A8 and Huntress and stuff like brought like different varieties of shaman to Worlds, but they had different varieties of success. On the other hand, though, Eversi has a really good lineup to just beat down warriors. All their decks besides the rogue is pretty, at least a little bit favored versus the control warrior lineup. And it would be like we saw Interpret Fox trying to target warriors earlier. I think this Eversio lineup is better for targeting warriors here. And seeing, for instance, this mid-range hunter here has. Unless my stats are mistaken for the shaman, I think all the matchups are favored for Hunter except the rogue, which they banned out. So looks like it could be a solid win to get through here for Eversio.
Yes.
We're seeing here though, starting out though, Mage versus Mage. Who wins this Paradox? Whoever gets a giant.
I was about to say, well, we see from Project Versio, we see we got the Mountain Giant, we got the Twilight Drake, we got double Voodoo Doll to deal with the opponent's Mountain Giant and Twilight Drake, so or at least they should be feeling pretty confident going in. They even have the Fire Tree Witch Dot to deal with this Acidic Swamp who's coming down early, so uphill battle for my boys at Eminem most unfortunately going in.
The pick here though for Versio, Fireball, the new Twin Spell, Ray of Frost, and the Pyroblast. Like the Twin Spell is really good as well to just stop giants if they get that early. But seeing as well, they're sitting with the giants, seeing as they're probably going to be the ones putting on the pressure. I think it's fair to assume they're just going for Fireball, Pyroblast to just finish out the game, because that's a surprising finish for the opponent, because this deck has no burst, nothing from hand, unless you get a spell from Fire Tree.
I think because the two Voodoo Dolls, as I mentioned earlier, are also in the hand, it means that you're not too worried about dealing with these like big giants. And yeah, Fireball is itself a pretty competent removal spell, right? 4 mana deals 6 damage. That's pretty good at dealing with that Twilight Drake that Eminem are looking to try to set up next turn. We're gonna go for the Twilight Drake here. Most likely just because Twilight Drake it's a very consistent mana cost, right? It's always going to cost 4 mana, so it's always going to be good on turn 4, but get Mountain Giant to cost 3, so it's easier to cast than a Twilight Drake. It's just best to play on turn 4 when your opponent has
Yeah,
anything
it would
after
die
this,
anyways on the board, so it's just better to play it, I guess.
Exactly. Twilight Drake come down, right in range of the fireball. Yeah,
We see
Project
it.
Mercia is looking like they're gonna like mop up the board pretty easily here.
Yeah, that's the thing as well, though. For UK lads, basically, they didn't have a giant, they didn't have a Book of Specters early, but they applied a heavy amount of pressure here going into like turn 5, and you already dealt 11 damage and putting your opponent down to 19. Like that doesn't matter that much because there's going to be a taunt wall, there's going to be giants that push basically lethal in one turn. But getting them also low and maybe picking up something else to just kill them outright could be an option going forward here.
Most important factor, I think, is going to be who can stick a board and then get Conjurer's Calling to go off. No one can, like, let's say turn 5, they go to Zilliax, for example, and they get rid of this Twilight Drake. We see that Project Versio has no easy way of removing Zilliax. They have, like, Voodoo Doll, for example, but they're not going to Voodoo Doll Zilliax unless they're feeling really desperate. These sticks, if they draw Conjurer's Calling, that's then 4 or 5 drops, and they can just steamroll from there.
Yeah.
And on the flip side, we see that there's a Khadgar Versio, so if they get a Mountain Giant to stick for themselves, and then suddenly that comes into 4 Mountain Giants, well, series when Mountain Giant got hit by Conjurer's Calling, it was very effective, so...
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why this Hench Clan sneak is fallen into favor for a lot of these mage lists, because it's basically in a non-interactive minion that you could just push onto the board and they have to deal with it, because Conjurer's Calling is a thing. It deals great with a lot of the rogue minions like Hench Clan Thug and stuff like that. So it's basically just a good minion, so you're sure to get the trade you want or to get the Conjurer's Calling you want. So, but that said, though, it is a fairly low costed minion, versus the more aggressive decks. Whereas Various, for their sake, is going for the more heavy with the with the power of creation, so they can actually do a more end game stuff with it. Speaking of the end game, Caligos is in hand here, and that's also one of the key cards in this matchup if it goes that far, because well, you can get so much stuff done with a good Caligos draw.
Yes. Though a lot of the mage spells later on in the game can also not be terribly valuable. I think what Eminem is probably going to have to gun for this game, like based on how dire, because it's turn 6, but how dire their position is, like having to deal with 2 Mountain Giants at least. That Eminem is probably going to have to get there is by playing Caligos on turn 10 and rolling Pirate Blast and then just killing them with a Pirate Blast.
Right then and there. There's also some other things that I've been noticing that's been really good from Caligos. Stuff like Frost Nova and Blizzard has been really key cards in this matchup as well, because even if your opponent got like a full board of giants, it doesn't matter if they're all frozen.
That is very true, but you also need to be able to push your advantage. Like, sure, you can freeze the board for 1 turn, but if you're not killing them, then those giants are becoming unfrozen, then you kind of just die.
That's a big pickup, though. Like, the Conjurer's Calling isn't in for any of the players yet, but picking up this Astromancer for a 7-drop as well, because this turn was by either like Giant Ping or something like that, but this Astromancer is also right. Like, going wide versus a mage like this is pretty good, based on they don't run any kind of removal spells.
Yeah. Although you say that, there is one very specific form of removal that would punish that Astromancer in the form of the Mind Control tech. If they go for 4 minions and then suddenly Mind Control tech steals a Mountain Giant and they top deck Conjurer's Calling,
yeah,
they would then summon 4 giants and then it would be a reversal of fortune almost for Eminem, but they're going to make sure that just doesn't happen. There's no reason not to play around at this point when it's the only way they realistically lose the game from the position they're in. Speaking
of Astromancer, here comes the other one, but you're staring down at 18 damage, 19 with the ping here, and the Astromancer, if it doesn't pull a taunt, you're staring down a world of hurt here, and no way, no side out. 4-4.
4-4 is not as good as a couple of 8-8s, that's for sure. for the power of creation lethal. Like there's a Reckless Rocketeer or Argent Commander, both of which would push a lot of damage.
Yeah, or do
The
the
Argent
same-
Commander, that'd be a 26, so just die to ping.
Yeah. Then you're scared of actually getting killed in return, though, because you actually have a decent amount of pressure on board if it doesn't get cleared. These voodoo dolls, though, looking really enticing.
Yeah, no, I agree with the whole view looking enticing thing. I'm not sure I agree with the whole they're under a lot of pressure deal. Like, just because this giant is sat here taunting, even if it wasn't, there's only 12 damage on board, and this mage deck is very well known for its lack of burst damage, besides just punching people in the face on board. Calicos from Pyroblast thing is so important. One little bit of reach at the end, but they're just not getting on board. Like, the double giant Drake early, while they had, like, nothing of their own was just too much, unfortunately.
Yeah, playing it safer now, as you see from the Maltese team here, just playing it completely safe. There's, like, as you said, you had a small chance of getting beat there with power of creation, but instead of doing that, just go for the more safe play of just removing board and just thinking, instead of what can I do to win right now? It's such a dominant position. I can just think, how can I possibly lose in this situation? And one of the possible solutions is you play power creation, you miss, you get stolen from the something stolen from the mind control tech or something like that, and they just push more damage through, something like that, and then they just, well, let's do the safe play, let's heal up a little bit, let's just and clear off the board.
I mean, for the ping on the Mountain Giant to make sure that they can't just trade Giant and then go like Conjurer's Calling immediately. Sun Fury into the trade. Unfortunately, though,
Now,
Eminem still has
massive
like.
but-
So with Cadgo, it's obviously nuts here, but. There's just no way for them to deal with this Mountain Giant. It's just gonna punch them to death.
That's also
What's it called? A Blood Troll Sapper. Deal 2 damage to the enemy hero, so slightly sketchy ordering. They could have dealt 2 extra damage.
Yeah.
But I don't think it matters. Yeah, like Eminem's just dead on board. Like they have the voodoo doll so that they can get through any taunt that's played with Sun Fury. They've got 18 on board. Like it's just over. Just unfortunately for me.
Yeah, going down 1-0, even though this is it's a conquest format, not that punishing as LHS or something like that, but it's still a punish to go down 1-0, and you have to rethink everything. You still need to win with this mage, and I'm pretty sure this mage will win because, well, there's still a warrior in the opponent's lineup, but you're getting closer and closer to the inevitable doom and going down 0-2 in the Swiss. Basically have a rough time to actually get through everything.
In all fairness, I was just taking a quick peek at the deck list. I think I agree with you. The mage is probably going to get a win, like right off the bat, just because of like the shaman isn't that great against it. Like there's no just big threats that we saw in the last round, and obviously warrior's never truly been favored against this deck. But it's still a slight loss to your morale when you're already down 0-1, and then you just immediately take that loss in the mirror match that you probably could have won if you got like
a better start,
a slightly better draw. Yeah. Not much you can really do about that, and Eminem just going to concede and save us a little bit of time.
Yes, that was game 1. The Maltese team of Eversio is going up 1-0 here now, and in a mage versus mage, it's basically. Now they just set the tempo for the match. They got the bomb warrior and the mid-range hunter left, and I would love them to just queue up this mid-range hunter because if my stats are not mistaken, that's a good matchup versus everything. And then they have 3 shots of getting this bomb warrior through, and with 3 shots, you have a high probability of making it.
I'm not entirely convinced it's actually that good of a matchup versus the warrior. They don't actually run that much hate. Yes, in the Year of the Raven. Oh, well, here's the Hunter, so you got your wish, but anyway. In the Year of the Raven, right, like, Dire Frenzy used to be an absurdly powerful card because you had Deathstalker Rexar who would allow you to stay alive and draw these beasts manually from your deck once you're done using Dire Frenzy. Deathstalker Exor is out of the format. Endgame of this Hunter deck has been greatly diminished. There is obviously the big Zul'jin turn. Excuse me.
Yeah,
So
the deck,
once this Zul'jin turn comes, oh, sorry.
Yeah, the deck,
Sorry, I'll let you.
the deck plays out a little bit differently than before. That's for sure. But as you said, the Zul'jin turn is key turns, but also the Dire Frenzy, because you play double Dire Frenzy and you just pack as much things into the Zul'jin as possible, and you just get a big bunch of stuff into your deck, so you don't die to fatigue, and you always pull a big bomb out. But yeah.
Usually this matchup shouldn't go to fatigue fairly often. From my experience, what I've seen of the matchup is usually just revolved around whether or not, like, Dr. Boom comes down, and then we've all seen what happens when Dr. Boom comes down, how much stabilizing he can do with all the mates getting rushed, etc. It usually just comes down to how much pressure the Hunter can just provide in the early to mid stages of the game. And I think the Zul'jin turn, while useful certainly, is not that great when your opponent has Brawl. It's as good of a card as it is versus Warriors, summoning these 5/5s with Rush. When you're playing 1/5/5 per turn, and your opponent could just go, "Oh, Dynamatic dead."
Yeah, it's true. Like, getting the Boom online is like key to this matchup, because Boom in general is like, you have unless the warrior is really low, you have like a few turns of actually killing him before you just get out of range with the armor up, or because you're never sticking a board after that, because everything just gets removed by mechs. Rush is such a good mechanic.
Absolutely a terrific mechanic. Though some players have said that they would prefer having charge back into the game. Don't know how I feel about
just to
that.
Kill the warriors, then, yeah.
I mean, if there is going to be a minion of charge, might as well let it be Leroy Jenkins, you know? Like, that being the only charge minion that's properly relevant at this point. Hunter, I guess, too. This early game has been relatively slow so far, I would say. Like, the Warriors just got like a ton of just cycle, really, like double blocks, slam, etc.
Yeah, and the Hunter didn't. He hasn't hit the power turns yet. Master Skull next turn, or Animal Companion, just to get bored, get ready on it. Saving the coin as well for more crucial turns instead of coining out an Animal Companion was probably what they discussed until the rope there last.
That's true. I prefer the Animal Companion here just because if you're all Leok is really good here. All of your beasts up to making them 2/1s would be a tremendous amount of pressure. Not that Misha isn't a large amount of pressure, it's just that Leok probably would have been a little bit better.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about all these beasts as well, because like Animal Companion is like, all of them are pretty good. Like Huffer is overstated over like Wolf Rider. Leok is just a better raid leader. And then you have Misha, which is a 4/4 taunt for 3, which is solid. It's not OP, but it's just basically solid.
Unfortunately, Misha is not solid enough to withstand the Slam Weapons Project combo, and this does go very nicely for Eminem into the Harrison Jones, being able to draw 2 cards, like at least next turn, possibly 3. And most likely they're most likely going to go for Dynamatic here, though, just because it does fully clear the board. Possibility of some dumb scavenging hyena rolling up and making their lives very miserable, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Dynamatic come down here. Out as good as I think you can realistically expect it to get, besides obviously hitting Unleash the Beast. The other best thing, I think, for Dynamatic at this point.
And also getting a minion on board with Ciliax in hand, so you're able to basically gain all the life back you ever lost is pretty good, though. The slow start from the Hunter here is really coming into Punisher, and the Warrior seems like he can get through everything with a kind of removal and stuff like Dynamatics in hand. The second weapons project also, like, you don't need to use the Harrison now, you can save it for later because you have the second weapons project as well. So there's a lot of good stuff coming in.
And in general, I personally don't like this hunter deck very much, just because really unfair about this deck. It sort of comes back to a core philosophy I have when it comes to playing Hearthstone, where it's like, if I'm playing a deck, I have to ask myself the question, why is this deck unfair? Why am I using this deck compared to like any other deck in the game, right? An easy question to answer. We have Dr. Boom Mad Genius. He's obviously absurd. A Mega Assembly, a Mega Devastator, Shield Slams, like 1 mana of serve removal, etc. Really easy. For example, which has Preparation, a 3 mana reduction card, Raiding Party, 3 mana draw 3, Waggle Pick, Myers Unstable Element, etc. Really good class.
Yeah, no, that's basically
The most, I was about to say, the most unfair thing this deck can do is draw 3 cards for 3 mana, which again is something Rogue can do, and then have a 10 mana hero card that sometimes wins the game. So it's sort of like you're getting this mix and match of what Rogue and Warrior can do, but it's not doing it as well as those two prominent classes. We do see that pretty much almost every player here has brought those two classes because of how strong they are. Whereas Hunter's kind of in a state of limbo right now.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing about basically about Hearthstone. It's like there's a lot of good deck ideas that is just a fair, decent, good deck. That's what it is. It does things fairly, like big minion combat or stuff like that. But in the current Hearthstone, where there's so much synergy, so much things that just are too good to pass up. The main goal of a deck is not just to be average or just be good enough. It's to be insane.
Unfair.
Yeah, unfair.
Yeah. Video, it's coming down. It's clearing up at least the beast minion, not wanting to take 5 damage to clear it, which I can appreciate. Eminem does understand that the real way they lose this game is just by getting rushed down, and then suddenly the kill commands come slamming down and they're just dead. I would have liked to see the swing with the weapon here, just because they're most likely going to Weapons Project, and if not next turn, then the turn afterwards, and it just feels like it's hit to make, because you can hit on 7 and then Weapons Project Harrison, or you can just avoid it and then do it later. I don't know. Out for them though, just based on the fact that they do have the block slam, but if it was me, I would have made the hit there, just so the Weapons Project Harrison on 7, I don't feel bad that I've missed 2 damage.
Yeah. Not like it will that much matter though, because basically this warrior doesn't win on that much pressure. At least since it doesn't have boom on hand.
That is very true. I just like dealing every point of damage I can. And yeah, we do see that they go for it anyway, but like you said, I don't think it will matter too much. And yeah, we do see the Zul'jin drawn. Easy in hand as well, so they could shuffle in 3 8/8s with Rush for 5 mana. That's not bad, but I don't think that's how win the game. I think they have to shuffle in something a little bit specific, like
Scavenger Hyena.
Scavenging Hyena is a good one too.
Just shuffling in a Timberwolf or Tundra Rhino is like the big ones, along with of course like Scavenging Hyena.
Yeah,
I think they just need. Yeah, why Dire Frenzy looks so good is because you can actually trade with Dire Frenzy on the Vicious Scale at 5 and still have something on board. Needs to get answered.
Problem is though is that you never really want to draw Vicious Scale Hide. A matchup like, for example, if this was Rogue, like you were doing this against Rogue, this would be insane. Like being able to get a 2 mana 4/6 of Life Steal Rush, that'd be nuts.
And that's what the card is in the deck basically. It's to beat Rogue. It's one of the worst cards in versus Warrior. You wanted to hit bigger minions there, but because this was a clean trade basically, that's why Project went for it. There is something though that like their hand is getting a little bit dry here. They have the Zul'jin now for like a double Unleashed Beast and a Master's Call. which could be really key here because they need to draw like stuff like the big boys, like the Tundra Rhinos, which are key to winning.
Yes. But this does come back down to what I was saying earlier about how you have this one big turn, but after that, you don't really have anything that's like truly unfair. This turn, the clear is honestly relatively easy, like 3 warpaths and then just hit with the weapon. Gonna go for the brawl though, that's really interesting. I'm surprised they went for the brawl for them, but what do you think about that?
Thing is, like the warpath board is also pretty good with the Suljin though. Unleash the Hounds of the Shimmerfly is also it's a bad card because you don't really need it. Second tracking. Trackings is also a card you want to use after Suljin because, well, because you can't get to keep or pick the cards you keep from the tracking when Suljin does it. So you can discard all the good stuff.
That is true. I'm not sure if your logic about the whole warpath like thing on the Suljin turn because Dire Frenzy is also in the pool for Suljin, so if Unleash the Beast comes down and it gets buffed by Dire Frenzy, that would not be a full board clear. And there we see the Dr. Boom coming down with the Shield Slam. This is huge.
Yeah, the Dr. Boom pickup now is perfect. But it's basically, yes, it's not on turn 7, but it's basically on a safe turn where you can also remove your opponent. The question is whether you want the hero power or not, because, well, you can just use Shield Slam. It's one of the Shield Slams you have, and you have more in the deck, so it's not that dangerous.
Or you can gain 7 armor.
That's even better. Like, yeah, I don't care about the 5 damage. I can shield block next turn anyways if you punch it through.
Fair, like, if you Shield Slam now, you're essentially taking 7 damage, right? Because you're not gaining the 7 armor.
Yeah.
Like, you heal for more by armoring up than you do by clearing the minion on this turn, so I think it's better to armor up here. Especially considering that Eminem also happens to have the Omega Devastator in the hand. Deal with this 5/5 relatively easily. I think tanking up is just better here. Tank up, I had to think about it for a little bit, just to be sure, it's like, do we want to go for this? Yeah, I want to go for this.
So here though, putting more stuff into the Unleash the Beast now would be, into the Suljin now would be good. Currently there's going to be, if the police Unleash the Beast, there will be 4, basically 20 of stats. And then you have an Animal Companion and a Dire Frenzy on top of that. It's a pretty solid one, and they just saw one brawl, which is never that good. Or you feel much more safer when the brawl is gone there.
You throw the kill command on face hit. But
The free
I
card
guess
is pretty
freeze.
good though.
Considering that you're probably going to be dealing with mechs next turn, I guess it's fine. I just want to
also
live in
if-
a magical Christmas time scenario where the kill command randomly goes in your opponent's face and you have like 5 extra Zul'jin. But yeah, I guess this is probably better.
Yeah, also if they play something like Dynamatic now, kills one and won't charge in, it won't pull off correctly because it will not be able to charge in.
Well, that's not entirely true because as we can see, Eminem does happen to have the hero power that summons 3 1/1s onto the field, so they can just trade a 1/1 in and have that get bounced by Freezing Trap. As we see they're doing right now.
Good one.
Do my best.
Also, they replace it though, which can have some value for you.
Now, yeah, I doubt you're gonna play the 3-drop.
Ooh, the Thunder
I
Rhino
think
here,
if you're gonna play it, you're gonna do it with the brawl. Yeah, we do see the Thunder Rhino coming out of that Hecklebot,
and just
denying a pretty important
instantly
best
kill
turn
him.
later on in the game. That was huge. Surprised they didn't use the Hecklebot to trade though. That was a... But I don't know if it's going to matter.
Here comes the big axe.
Right, and we see the Zul'jin coming down onto the board. We do see all of those wyverns with rush coming down.
Ooh, Huffer.
See Where does the
Last
Dire
is
Frenzy
gone.
land on? Does it land on that Huffer?
Ooh, lands on the Wyvern.
And on the Wyvern. Not
That
bad.
means there's a bunch of 8/8s in the deck now with Rush.
So, something important to note here. If they trade with the 8/8, like if he trades the 8/8 into the 3/8 here, allow 5 warpaths to clear this board.
Oh yeah, that's
Which is very important, because you obviously want to try to bait the second brawl here, because they might not have it. If they don't have it, you win. Play around that second warpath possibility by just training the smaller minion in. It makes sense.
yeah. That 5 damage go phase continues having a big board that needs to get answered. The second brawl is in hand though for Eminem, and we'll probably see that coming down along with, for instance, some Mega Devastator, just kill it off, whatever survives. If it's the big one. If not, you have the options to just shield slam it. Oh, you have no shield slam.
That's what I say, he has no shield slam.
You have the
I
options
was
to
told-
just do something else.
Brawl comes down, and 5/4 remains.
Oh,
Using
you
trap
wish.
up there, so you can't just attack into it. Clever than that. But anyway, as I was saying.
Double Warpath, which it feels horrible. You have the Mega
Yeah,
Devastator.
no, I don't want to do that. I think you can afford to wait one turn. It's all the same thing as last turn, right? You can just gain 7, and then gaining 7 is basically the same thing.
That's true.
Yes. As I was saying, I was just made aware by production that Intemperate Thoughts has lost their second series in a row at Sector 1 EU, so they're now down 0-2 in the tournament.
Wow. and
Lost
that's-
his champions to this.
Well, that just shows what the talent is in this house rivalries. There's a huge talent pool here that shows a lot of competent teams coming in and showing that, well, we can beat the best.
And Sector 1 is one of the better teams, like, out of I'm pretty sure they're from Belgium. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're not from Netherlands. Yeah, they're from Belgium.
He's gonna hurt.
Majority Belgian, yeah. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like, Belgium and the Netherlands, they both speak Dutch. I think they can be forgiven.
Basically the same country. Oh, you're gonna get so fired up because of that, but yeah.
Well, it was a fun run casting HouseRivalries, Delta. Bye.
So, building an even bigger board here.
Job's done.
It's like for Versio here, they have a lot of gas in the hand still. They have a Master Skulls as well, which will pull like a lot of beefed up minion. What they're really looking for now is the second Thunder Rhino and the Dire Friend. They can actually get the real big boys into the deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is really cute though. I love this.
Oh,
Freezing
yeah,
trap,
yeah, this is really
replay
smart,
it.
yeah, because it's
Oh.
6 mana, yeah. I was like, wait, can they turn this in? Yes, they can. Yes, that's very smart.
It's super cute
This
play
is-
though.
Yeah, like this is coming from the same team as the player Toast Monster. Like Toast Monster is one of the better players the UK has to offer as a whole. Like he's going to Vegas. He was on the Global Games team. Just beat me in the ESL UK Premiership Finals, much to his shame. Competent at his job. I'm not surprised that with him at the helm, he will find plays like this to exploit his opponents. It doesn't surprise me. And I'm sorry for gushing, but I think I have a right to at least once in this card.
So still the handful of gas there now. Drawing an 8/8 and drawing the 4/6. Like an 8/8, like this is the unfair things the hunter can do. 5 mana 8/8 rush. That's an unfair thing.
How
Thing
about
is- yeah, it's not
excuse
that
me?
consistent.
How about 5 mana 4/4 and then deal 2 damage? Sorry, deal 6 damage for 2 mana. That's pretty unfair too,
Yeah.
because of the Clockwork Automaton being able to double the damage and the healing of Eminem's hero power, meaning that this Plasma Ray is about to. Oh, sorry, Zap Cannon is about to deal 6 damage.
So Blitz
Shows why Dr. Boom is so unfair. Just the amount of potential these mechs have, especially when they have rush, is just insurmountable sometimes.
Here goes the mark shot, though. Pick up something good.
Ideally, they're going to want to get a dire frenzy like that. That'd be really huge if they get one of
Oh,
those.
they
Oh,
did!
they got it! Oh,
We got a game on our hands.
this
This is
is
good.
going to be fun.
Playing at an 8-8 isn't fair.
Playing a 5-man at 8 is fair.
Well, yeah, we used to Giants on 3, so this is
Yeah,
This is
that's fair. I mean, this one is rush.
yeah.
Rush is pretty good.
Rush is pretty good mechanic. So now this means they have 2 more dire fences in here, so that means they will never run out of value as long as their hand size keeps decent. It also means that playing trackings now is less of a problem because even though you skipped out buffed up minions, you still have you can still buff up others. So you can actually dig for that Thunder Rider. You can actually dig for the good stuff that you need.
Going for the Iron Beak Owl. That's interesting. They really want to save this, what's it called? This Omega Devastator for something like much bigger later on.
When you
I
really are
don't
in it,
think there's any real silence effect.
Oh, another mark shot. Can we get another dire frenzy here?
That would be very nice, but they also need to like put a minion down that you also want to buff with Dire Frenzy as well. That's important.
Yeah.
That is something we missed out on.
The Scavenger Hyena is one of those cards, though. Like getting a 5/5 Scavenger Hyena that you can rush with Thunder Rhino, get Unleash the Hounds or something. Just get the Scavenger Hyena is a card that really can get out of hand really fast.
Almost certainly, but I'm pretty sure that they have to save this Dire Frenzy at this point, assuming they don't get another one from the Mark Shot for that Thunder Rhino, because as we saw earlier, there was the Hecklebot that pulled one of them from the deck. If they play Thunder Rhino and don't get more into the deck, then that's only one turn they get to put all their beasts to the face.
Yeah.
Very important.
Picking up the Thunder Rhino now is one of the biggest cards you can pick up. It's one of the key cards to actually just basically burst in this matchup. Ooh,
and they're going for the hyenas now. Oh, and this is where that Mega Devastator is going to come in real handy. Being able to get rid of these hyenas. No, this does give Eminem at least 2 cards. Might go... Oh, they're going for the 4-3! That's really interesting, actually. I'm surprised they went for the 4-3. So at this point, both of the hyenas are currently at 6 health.
Yeah, there's very little stuff that actually kills them.
Oh, besides one certain 4-mana mech in the hand of Eminem. That does a really good job of dealing with them.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder, do you shuffle in an Omega Devastator anchor this turn? Because you could.
Well, you're getting low on cards because of that 3-draw, though, but you still have 10 guards from the Elysiana, so...
Exactly. And the Hunter is only 8 cards left in deck. Like, they obviously don't know another Dire Frenzy is in hand. I don't think it's that unreasonable to go for it, to be honest.
This would be a good time for a master play.
Oh, this happens every time, like the Omega Devastator.
Yeah. The question is whether or not you shuffle another one into the deck. Because there's also the argument of going Omega Devastator, Dynamatic,
And then clear
a Dynamatic into the Hyena. Because then it would be a 12-2, and they would just die.
This is another way, though, of using the Militia Commander here. It's using a lot of cards to play with this, but that means also your opponent's out of Hyenas.
Though, because Eminem played the Town Crier, they couldn't really rely on going for Dynamatic, because obviously, most likely 2 of the shots would be going straight back onto the Town Crier, so better to use the 5/5 with Rush.
Yeah.
Because Dynamatic itself has Rush because of Dr. Moon being in play.
Let's build another big or decent sized board with 2. You're building tall, and then you just hero power or something.
I see that this is really the last of the big beasts for. Let's see. Just trying to make sure I remember. Eversio. Yeah, there we go. It's the last of the big beasts for them. Until they play tracking, they're not going to be getting another like round of this just a massive amount of pressure anytime soon.
Yeah,
In
there's
fact,
7 cards left in deck though, and it's one more Wyvern, isn't it? And then no, that's the last one, yeah. And then it's basically
On the
a
now.
Tundra Trana.
Oh,
There's 1 card left in deck though.
that's really surprising. I'm surprised that was right now.
Execute is huge.
They could have cleared and they didn't. That's really interesting. Anyway.
Removal of damage. Spirit of the Rhino is.
I was about to say, Spirit of the Rhino would have been pretty
Brawl
solid.
is huge though.
Yeah, Brawl is good. War Master Boon. Nah, we want Armor Smith. Armor Smith is
Smith.
definitely better than War Master Boon.
And
Boom. Nah.
the Giant
Mountain Giant here. Yeah, Mountain Giant's definitely better than Dr. Boon there. We have no way of getting bombs. The only way we get bombs is if we get a Clockwork Goblin. Yeah, that's like the only way. And it's 12 plus... sorry. It's 12 plus 13. It's 25. It's 2 damage off. Yeah, it's 2 damage off. It's, Oh, sorry, it's 13. No, it's 13 plus 13. It's actually... I'm sorry, it's 13 plus 12. Yeah, it's 2 damage off lethal.
Counting it.
No, I say that. Doesn't have any way of getting armor immediately. I think you go for this. I think this is how you win. You just punch everything in the face and punish them for going for Luciana. Perfectly honest, I have no idea why they left 12 damage on board. That is really questionable.
That's a ballsy Luciana, to say it the least.
They're not going for it.
Oh, the deadly
That
shot.
deadly shot is huge. Oh, for it. Wait. I say no way were they trading there.
Everything goes face down. Put them down to
Deadly
10.
shot though. That's weird.
Maybe for a big
Crazy. I
bomb.
don't know what's happening.
You have lethal here now with Kill Command. If they kill all your beasts, you are tracking into some beast and Kill Command. So you have.
You need a beast that costs 3 or less mana for that to happen though.
Yeah.
And they also need Eminem to not hit a mech that can give them health or armor.
Which is silly.
It's a mech that can give them armor!
That's the.
It's got the Galvanizer too, so we can play the Galvanizer and the... what's it called? The Eternium Rover. Yes, but they are dynamatic, so they can clear. I am pretty...
This would be a good time for a master
I'm pretty confident that they can clear this here.
Yeah,
be very
like
good.
rushing mechs always clears here. That's just how it works.
Alright, let's see.
Yes.
I guess it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, you just galvanize it now. And then go for the Eternium Rover!
This means that if they draw a which one?
Oh, they got the Hero Power! If they tracking and get a 3 mana or less beast, they've won the game.
But did they have a 3 mana
The
less?
deck.
No,
Yeah.
I don't think so because they
They have one. I believe they did. I believe they used all the scale heights.
So they're
They're down to 3, but we have the tank up hero power. They will be able to survive the turn. Oh,
Yeah,
this
but
is
that only boosts them
insane.
up to 10. But that.
But we have the Galvanizer too, so Galvanizer, and we have Warpath, so we can like.
Oh, there's so much armor again there.
So if they go for Galvanizer, they have 6 mana spent,
This would be a good
and they
time
can
for
clear
a
the
master
A8
plan.
because Security Rover deals 4 damage. Hey, hold on. You can clear this necessarily. Hold the phone. This might not be over yet. This is gonna be tight.
So the Galvanizer is 1.
Currently.
The Eternium Rover is 1.
Or Wait, did Eminem throw? No, they didn't throw. No, you had to attack up there. Otherwise, kill command would have killed you. No, no. How do they do this?
He's playing.
Ooh. Need the rover. Like, I have to trade both of the rovers in. I have to trade both of them, and then I just have to hope that.
Well, they didn't trade
the 2-5.
That means
it.
Virtus goes up to 2-0 here. Oh!
Oh man, that was a close game.
I have to say, 88 for 5 mana, 88 with Rush just completely destroys this deck. And the pressure was basically too high. Even with the Thunder Rhino pull from the Hecklebot, so they didn't have like the rushing capabilities of going just straight face here. What a great, amazing player skill there.
No, I think Eminem could have played that endgame quite a bit better. I think that the one turn early in their deck, they could have most likely cleared at least some of that board. Instead, he took 12 damage. I don't know.
From their perspective, though, the Hunter hand was pretty full. So what they were afraid of was that if we clear now, well, if we clear now, we can't Elysiana next turn because the board might get bigger. Like if the board had a Thunder Rhino, if the board had something else that we need to clear, then we can't Elysiana and we need to clear next turn as well. So I think that was in the mindset.
Do you need to Elysiana? Like even then? Bitch. I don't think 1 damage is that major. I don't even think shuffling Elysiana in was that necessary, honestly. I think that they could have shuffled in Devastator at some point in the game, and then that would just be enough.
Yeah.
I think that they might have been too of a one-track mind of just trying to win in fatigue, rather than just trying to not die, which is really how the warrior loses that match. It was Zasu dying.
Yeah. And shuffling in on the Mega Devastator and also having a Baleful Banker out earlier to contest the board would have probably made like the made the turns going forward a little bit better for Eminem there. I think, yeah, getting an extra removal piece and stuff like that. But now though, the last match, or possibly the last match of the set here, going in with the Bomb Warrior versus Control Warrior, where some sources, I'm not going to say who, means that this is 100% in the Control Warrior's favor, while the data that I have proven before when you playing Bomb Warrior versus a certain player is that Bomb Warrior wins every time. So even when they actually pull your Elysiana with Hecklebot. So this is going to be interesting to see. Thing though,
that's a story for another casting session.
Thing though, one of the ways you can actually win with Bomb Warrior here versus Control is basically just putting all the bombs in the deck and they just die from blowing up. That's one of the ways you win. The other way you can win is to put enough bombs and they have to Elysiana early. But since you run Elysiana and Banker in your deck, I'm just gonna double check. Yes, they do. You will win the fatigue. So there's like the 2 lines of goal depending on the draws from the Bomb Warriors side. But Eminem has Boom already in hand. They got the Town Crier on 1. They have some weapon removal. They have brawls. They have like everything they need to basically stave off everything here. So it's going to be interesting to see the next few turns and see how it turns out.
That's what I say. You took the words right out of my mouth. Apart from one thing that's important as well, which is that the opposing hand is not that great. We have a double Omega Assembly, which that's not doing much until 10-10. It's not doing that much until the late game. It's not doing that much until the late game. We have Warpath, which is an average removal card at best in this matchup, and then we have Dynamatic, which
is horrible in this matchup.
Some of the decks. So, yeah, this is looking really good for Eminem Gaming. I'll be surprised if they can lose this one from this position right now. We'll see though. Miracles have happened earlier in this. They may happen again.
Yeah, this is Bomb Warrior. It's one of the most explosive decks in the meta at the moment, where you can basically.
I see what you did there with that pun. You've been hanging out with me too much.
But then also
I thought I was going to be the one to pun.
yeah, the fact that you just can shuffle in like 5-6 bombs in one turn, and then your opponent will draw them straight after. Could just completely be something.
Like, again, it depends on if Elysiana comes down at a certain point, right? Because you obviously can't just put all the bombs in before Elysiana comes out. That's not going to do you very much good. And
Well, as I
Yeah.
said, there's two game plans. One is putting all the bombs in and they have to Elysiana early, or just risk dying. Or you just save like a lot for after Elysiana and stuff like that. So there's a lot of like leeway on how you play this matchup. I believe if the cards are right, you just play it as aggressively as possible because you're the aggressor here. Ooh,
Oh.
the Doctor Boom pickup.
Yeah,
Now we got a
here
game
we
on our
go.
hands, boys. Have to sit
so
up. now.
Eminem can play Dr. Boom first for the very little that matters. Put Dr. Boom down first, which means that they do have access to that improved hero power first.
Yeah, no.
I'm going to put it down first just because Eminem's hand,
Not
just
much
like the
to
opposing
do
hand,
this
is not
hand.
that great. Oh, they're going to put down the Super Collider? I mean, you're probably not going to Harrison that, but it's still... I guess they don't have that much to do this turn again. Like, you don't really want the Zilliax at 2-2 when you're at full health. I guess it makes sense.
The good part about putting down the Super Cloud as well, because of this turn, because the Eminem hasn't played that many cards, meaning that they would overdraw a lot if they actually played on Harris.
We do see Dr. Boom coming down with that improved hero power. The 3 damage hero power isn't that great. I mean, it's fine, but you're not really planning on being the aggressor as the control build.
Yeah,
Reroll
what you-
that 1 damage hero power is very, very nice. And now we get the Discover Mech hero power, the best one for the situation, given how questionable the hand is.
Yeah, like in this matchup, basically what you want is 2 basic hero power. It's the Blast Shields for 7 armor, and it's the Discover Mech. Because those two basically, you live longer. For the control sec, it's just basically, well, you do 7 armor. That's 1.5 bomb-ish, which is good. And then you have the Discover Mech, which is basically a removal spell, a threat, everything you can happen, so...
I would
Seems
argue
like-
that summoning the 3 1/1s or dealing 3 damage also acts as a removal spell.
Yeah, but not to the
3
same
can
degree.
clear a lot of things, but yeah, it's obviously not as efficient as those other 2 hero powers. You are absolutely right about that.
Drawing the Brawl, pretty dead card in this matchup.
A lot of dead cards in this matchup in the hand right now, unfortunately, for Versio.
He has some of the key cards, the Augmented Eleg, the Wrench. The Brilliant Nullifier is a big one. The Rusty Recycler can be played this turn to actually clear off the board, heal some, or not heal because you're full, but...
I mean, just controlling the board. I think I like that as well, just because they need to empty the hand because they have the 2 Omega Assemblies. They want to be able to play those to get the mechs to be able to push their advantage on the board. Because
I think, though, if
otherwise,
you
the
pick- if you
Warriors are
pick
going to
up
get
the-
way too much armor.
Yeah, if you pick up the Beryllium Nullifier though, you have a turn 9 play with Hero Power and Beryllium Nullifier. And this turn you can already play like Celiax. You could have Warpaths because they're usually pretty useless in this matchup. It seems like you go for the Wrist Recycler just to get something on board. Being the aggressor here is of course the goal of the Bomb Warrior because you're a more aggressive deck.
Yeah, it can also act as a way later on to just like buff a mech and just get an easy value trade.
Yeah.
Like just having that Divine Shield can just like go over the line. It's gonna be really valuable.
Thing to note though with this Bomb Warrior, it isn't like the full-on Bomb Warrior extravaganza with the Sephorian Bombers as well. So there is only like the Wrench Calibers and the mechs. So basically, in total, you have a possibility of 6 bombs, and then you can double everything. So up to 12 bombs, and whatever you discover. So there's less bombs than the others, but there's still 12 bombs is is a lot of bombs.
That is 60 damage, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 60 damage. So in theory, it can get there, like just if you're able to get those 12 bombs
Yeah,
off
you
there.
can kill a control warrior. You would have problems with the old druid, but you can kill a control warrior.
Yeah. We do see another Discover Hero Power, and if I was in a Versio's position, I would question how much value the Super Glider is really having for me. This 4-mana range caliber is just sitting there in my hand, wanting to come into play, and
I think one of the things he wants to bait out the Harrison or the weapons project with this Super Collider, because the range caliber has, of course, much more value for you as a bomb warrior. This one is a pretty good one though to apply some extra pressure here though.
that's true. Just magnetizing it, making it a 5/5. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's a bomb face basically.
Yeah.
Oh, and the mech again. Ooh, this
It's
is
one
good.
turn off a Mega Devastator being able to kill it as well, which is really useful. And a Mega Devastator with just like the slam would just kill it immediately. Now it's quite a bit harder to pull that off.
Yeah, and M&M is in quite a bigger pickle with 10 cards in hand. Something needs to get played here.
If you play
There's a lot of
slam, you draw a card, so that doesn't quite solve the issue. A card anyway, just so they can hero power. Like just get that extra mech.
Playing slam.
See the Discover Hero Power now, or like now that the Shield Slam is out of hand. And they get another Dynamatic. I'm not sure they're going to pick it though.
Dynamatic is garbage in this.
Yeah, I was about to say, I like the Unpowered Mauler quite a bit more than that. And yeah, I do see some of those free 1/1s just acting as another form of removal. Oh, that
Delivery
much.
drone. Cure
Security
drone,
Rover. That's
Brilliant
nice.
It's a good pick.
Security Rover. Yeah, summon
Yeah, it
two
gives
guys
you a
with
wide,
it, it's
nice
pretty
board.
good. Eminem also don't have an easy way of dealing with it because Warpath just summons more 2/3s.
Okay, then.
Obviously, whenever the Security Rover takes damage, it summons the taunt, so you can't just like run 3 1/1s into it and then Warpath. That doesn't quite work.
They get like tons of taunts.
Yeah.
But the Brilliant Nullifier is like a super hard minion to remove, and it also answers the board perfectly this turn. With a hit from the Super Collider. Because currently the Super Collider is basically a 5-mana 1/3 weapon. Doesn't
Yeah.
make it. And it often is in this matchup as well, because the Super Collider isn't really there for this matchup either. It's more for the rogues. It's more for the
It's more for
especially
aggro, yeah.
Mage in particular. Killing 2 giants is always nice.
Just depends on how you look at it last turn, like what was the better pick, because which dice do it? Yeah, what's it called? A Mega Devastator, or we could have had like a 2/3 and a 2/1. And then we just have like a more sticky board. I think it was better there, honestly. Because now the Mega Devastator just comes down and just gets rid of it, and Versio doesn't really have an easy way of dealing with the Mega Devastator. Sure about Dynamatic though. I think Devastator's a little bit better than that, guys.
Mega Devastator. The nuts.
It's a really
So-
good card.
For version, Project Version now though, you're sitting at 9 card hand, you have a lot of chunk. You can do some shuffling of bombs, but you still need something more. But that doesn't work.
Isn't it used Dynamatic? No, they're using it just as the 3/4 rush. That's really interesting. They must really value the a Mega Devastator. Like they really want to hold that for something like the Boom Reaver. That's the only thing I can think of as to why they wouldn't just use it there.
Yeah. Killing the Blastmaster Boom. Or
That's
whatever,
it.
or whatever comes out of Elysiana. Basically, because it's prime removal.
Okay, then.
Yeah. I mean, don't forget about the Omega Assembly. Like, that's still sitting there in the hand, and that's gonna get 3 mechs at some point. This is why they would want to hold on to it.
There it comes the Blastmaster Boom. There's no bombs in deck at the moment, but that could change really fast. They were just building somewhat of a board there.
Are we gonna see? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
They're gonna start putting bombs in. Now that we do see the Blastmaster Boom, and it's going to be at least 2 bombs next turn with the plus Wrench Caliber combo.
Yeah, the nuts now is to draw the 3/3 mech. Just go nuts with the bombs. Get 4 bombs
Yeah,
in.
they have 2 of them in there, so it's a 1 in 7 that they draw it next turn.
Yeah. And the Clockwork Goblin also has Rush. It is a 3/3, so it needs to get answered somewhat, and basically a good minion though. But for Control Warriors' sake though, Eminem's sake, they've been staving off the early game from the Bomb Warrior, and now the Bomb Warrior just need to
This would be a good time for a master.
navigate this perfectly.
Just depends really on like what minions are going to come out from these Omega assemblies. I think that's going to be one of the bigger factors involved in who wins this game. The 10 mana 7/9 mech that pulls a mech from your deck and gives it rush, a copy of it, rather. I think like whoever gets more of those and more Omega Devastators is going to be at a really huge advantage.
Yeah, both those for the Bomb Warrior's sake, and also the Clockwork Goblin is of course pretty huge because getting more bombs can, because you can double them up all the time. Can be huge.
Almost considered not going for the augmented Relic. He just wants to get Blastmaster Boom out next turn. Since that's really the only reason that he went for this, I feel. And obviously because you get to Omega Assembly if you want to, but there's no reason to do it just yet. You can do it next turn.
And now though, like you're sitting at 10 cards, you can remove 1 from Bench Gal, but you still draw a card, and you have to remove something with 5 mana. Hopefully unfortunately, the hero power is pretty garbage at the moment, so you don't need to click it.
I'm not sure I agree with that actually. So they can Harrison Jones here, hero power, bop 2 of the 1/1s into the 3/4, and then slam, so you kill it, and you don't draw the card.
That's next
That
level.
way you
there.
don't overdraw, and you clear the board. I really like this. Like, I think this is just good. It's one of those cards that's not really that great in this matchup, and when you're at 9 cards, you don't need to draw, so there's 2 mana, deal 2 damage. Nice, simple, easy, done, board clear.
There comes the Clockwork Goblin.
On turn
This
too
means-
late though, unfortunately.
But that also means that the Blastmaster Boom is now fully charged.
Indeed, he's summoning 6 Boombots, one of which is going to kill Harrison Jones, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, you play the Clockwork Goblin, rush it in, Blastmaster Boom, full board of stuff.
Just stuff. You don't even want to call them Boombots, they're just stuff.
They're Asher Drake killers, that's what they are.
Drake killer. Oh, that is nostalgic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Or you just, but basically, this is always that. Boom on
That
7.
hero power from Eminem, by the way, is actually really nice. Just it allows them to deal with all of the Boombots at once for having to use the Warpath.
Yeah, but it's...
A lot of damage, but hey, it's not bad.
They
They
boom.
can put the Town Crier down first as well to try to absorb some of these bombs. I
Yeah.
think they're going to do that.
Mega Devastator as well is an option as well, just if you don't want to take any damage. But the Omega Devastator.
I think you can put the Devastator down here as well. Life Total is, after all, one of the more important things for the Warrior in this matchup. Like, board is easily swung like both ways, right? And with the Omega Assembly in Eminem's hand, they're not exactly going to be too upset by losing 1 mech when they can just get 3 more immediately. What are they going to do? They could Shield Slam Blastmaster Boom and then play Town Crier and then Hero Power. I don't mind that either. Not
Yeah, because
using the
Shield Slam is-
Devastator, you're still like holding on to it. Like, Eminem Gaming really want to save these Omega Devastators. Like, they really value these in the matchup.
2, 1, 1, 3, 3.
Oh.
Okay, about average.
That's about average, yeah. That's not too bad. That was what? 2, 3, 4. That was 10 damage. Yeah, that's not bad.
And talking about the Boom Reaver, though, here we have one in
It's-
hand. That's
Eversio hasn't drawn the Archivist Elysiana yet, which means that could be a 7/9 that summons a 7/7.
that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good, especially when they both have Rush.
Okay then.
Yeah, just building up another board, so saying like, well, answer this. I'm having a Boom Reaver turn next turn. I need to empty out some of my hand for this. And then we go to Celiax. Celiax is huge though. Because Celiax is one of the few ways you can actually heal after Dr. Boom. Like, because the hero power being RNG, you have Blast Shield or Celiax.
Or any of the mechs that also give armor, because armor might as well be healing for all intents and purposes.
That's true. So keeping this Celiax in hand for a long time could be super crucial, because you basically need to, if you draw like, yeah, there's 3 bombs in deck now. If you draw all 3 bombs in deck, you're down to 11, and you need to heal.
Is there a rush minion in Eminem's deck at this point? I do not know the answer. Like, besides, well, obviously I drew Celiax. Militia commanders, I believe. So I actually may just answer my own question here. They see. They do not play Darius Crowley, so the answer is no. This Town Crier will not pull a minion from Eminem's deck. Never say it now.
Deal for 2 minutes. Now the problem though, Boom Reaver is a really good turn here, but then you can't play Delivery Drone. And not playing Delivery Drone feels bad.
I mean, not playing Delivery Drone now feels fine.
Delivery Drone. That's.
Disco Lum isn't bad. It's 4 damage for 3 mana. That's not too bad.
It deals with the board, or some of the board.
As I say, it deals with the Devastator, like on its own. What do you do during your turn?
This would be a good time for a master plan.
See, do you use that maybe Brawl? I don't think you do. I think that's a little bit too inefficient. Let's see. Town Crier for them. I don't know if Town Crier for them pulls the minion.
There's not been. You know, the Silex has been played earlier. Didn't it? Yeah.
Let's see. Celiax, have they played Double Militia Commander? I believe they have, right? They've played Double Militia Commander. Well, we're about to find out.
There's the Militia Commander.
But that's nice. Though, this does mean that this Kaboom Hero Power is going to be able to deal with, pretty well.
There's the Elysiana for M&M as well. 10 cards left in deck. 3 of them are bombs, so there's like a 33% chance-ish to pull off a bomb there. 3 in 10, actually, to be precisely.
You Warpath here.
Warpath is...
Lord.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're just going to go for Ziliax.
Okay.
They get a cheap mech. They...
Got a bomb. The Bulldozer is okay.
They want to shuffle a bomb into your opponent's deck at this point. Rather save that for a little bit later.
Deal 5
Be
damage.
fine with losing a card from your deck. Because using this hero power is pretty nice. Could just throw a Warpath away. No, they are willingly sacrificing a card from their deck. As they'll just said, 3 of them are bombs. 33% of the time, you don't even lose a card. You heal for 5.
Is this a Boom Reaver turn?
I don't think they need to tank up. Like as you said, they're the aggressor, so they're just going in.
Good time for a master plan.
Siana though, Siana would be huge. Not. Pretty sure you trade Boom Reaver here.
I have a bigger board that requires a response.
Exactly. Having an extra 3/3 can't be bad. The difference between a 7/6 and a 7/9 is pretty inconsequential.
Okay then.
The only difference it makes is like Shield Slam, but both Shield Slam has been played, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
So
To be fair, Shield Slam isn't exactly the most reliable form of removal at this point anyway.
Nope.
But no, they're gonna wait. Nah, I'm pretty sure you trade with the 7/9 here. That has to be better. Yeah, there we go.
That's a Celiax out of
Yeah,
the
it's
deck.
only healed for 4.
There's one bomb,
You're a bomb.
and it's burned.
Nice. Good job, guys. Overdrawing that bomb like a Like a bomb specialist.
Save the best for last. It cuts
I
out
got
the Mega
number one!
Insta pick.
And they're going for the overdraw again. M&M deciding that their deck is not that good at this point, which is honestly very understandable given that they've already drawn the Elysiana and the Baleful Banker. The cards you really want at the end of the game. The only card that I think they legitimately don't want to overdraw is a Mega Assembly. If they overdraw a Mega Assembly, that's gonna suck. Else isn't that bad, honestly.
Okay then.
Getting another Mega Devastator is going to be really huge, I think, in the long run.
Yeah, Omega Devastator is a good card. It's basically a Yeti on 4, and then it's a freaking minion Pyroblast with a Yeti with Rush. What's that? Freaking.
Yeah. I mean, quite a few of these Omega cards have actually proven to be very effective. I remember months ago, and Dynamatics fine overdraw. Anyway, I remember a couple of months ago where people were doing really well in Specialists with a Warlock deck that ran a Mega Agent, and people were so confused. They were like, "Oh, Mega Agent? Why is this card here?" And I'm like, "Have you read a Mega Agent? It's a 5 mana, 12/17 in stats." That's sorry, my bad. When you're at 10 mana, that's disgustingly huge. You want to open with that?
Pretty
Oh,
good.
well. Yeah, and they're still going for the bomb defusal overdraw strategy. They just don't care. I don't blame them,
Yeah.
to be fair. Really answer.
Yeah, that's the answer. And Versio, for Project Versio's sake, they need to think about how they do this forward, because the Elysiana will come down at some point, and when that happens, they need to be able to clear the board and then start putting bombs in, because currently now this overdraw strategy works really well, but Elysiana cards can change everything.
It is true. And also because of Baleful Banker, there will be one more Elysiana, so they can't just spam the bombs the second time round as well. They have to wait until both Elysianas are gone, and then they just put all the bombs in, but I'm not waiting. I don't like this.
I don't like this.
I
at
don't
all.
like this. I think they could have afforded to wait.
That's the bomb.
Yeah, look at that. They just gave Eminem a free card. Rewarding Eminem for doing nothing, which is not what you want to be doing in this matchup as the bomb player. Like the old strategy against a Hakata Soul Flare, right? Is have 10 cards in hand, then just overdraw all the Corrupted Bloods, and then
The other person dies instead.
yeah, exactly. Like, you hate to see that.
Yeah, but for here it's just basically just they had to play a card because they don't want to overdraw, but they had like stuff like Warpaths that are worse. Probably just cycling something else, because when this comes to really down to fatigue, that extra bomb from Wrench Caliber could be really key. Because yes, Eminem had a decent going and everything, but they're still at 32. It's not that high of a health total.
Just comes down to how sparingly they put the bombs in. Putting bombs in like this, they're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, they have one.
Keep doing nothing, and then their strategy just falls apart.
Yeah, they have one bomb card left and one augmented Delic, so kind of need to do this correctly. There's the
At the
other
very
bomb.
least, I think they could have. Yeah, I was supposed to say. At the very least, I think they should have not hit
Yeah, equip the weapon is
with
fine.
the weapon.
Equip the
Yeah.
weapon is fine, just to get it out of hand. If it gets weapon projected, oh, that's bad, but it works out.
I mean, at the same time, that is putting a card out of Eminem's hand, so they're actually going to draw bombs. Like,
Yeah.
Now they're just doing nothing. It's just waiting for the bombs to go away.
And it fills up their deck, so it takes longer to go into fatigue as well. So it's like, because normally when you pull a bomb, it doesn't matter because you still draw one card, so the fatigue counter is still the same. But now it's just, you burn the bomb, it's basically like burning a blank card.
It's basically just giving your opponent a free card.
Yeah.
This would be a good time.
Now
for
though,
Mr.
with another Discover a Mech by Delivery Drone, which could be key here, they need to empty out some of this garbage in hand though. First.
Like they can heal for 7. They don't even need. Like they still don't even need to play cards. Play cards next turn, but they don't need to do it now. There's currently 3 cards left. Do you Elysiana now? You could Elysiana now.
Well, you have an Elec and a Clockwork Goblin.
It's very true. Yeah, ignore me. Yeah, those cards are good. Yeah. No, you can afford to wait then. Yeah, that's fine.
But the problem is, what cards do you remove now? Because you really want to hit this delivery drone, but you really don't have a card to.
You don't want to brawl. You could play Shield Block. Expecting to win in like a traditional fatigue game is very unrealistic at this point.
Yeah, but the Shield Block still throws a card. You need to play whatever.
Playing a card is that relevant.
No, but then you can't.
Free ahead on fatigue. I don't think fatigue is how you're gonna get there.
No, but you can still can't delivery drone. That's the thing. How to delivery drone, basically. So now that was burned.
So there's at least one bomb in there. Yeah, they still don't need to do anything. They can
press hero power,
hero power, and take Dawn ones, and then just pass again.
This would be a good time for a master plan.
There's really no pressure coming off of the other side. This is well, I guess this is the stereotype of the warrior mirror right here. It's just a sleeper, hero power, resident sleeper. Like that's all they're doing every turn.
Always go to the road. This is the reason why Masters qualifiers are taking so long time.
Nah, this isn't the reason. No, it's because like the bomb player just put on no pressure, so the control player doesn't need to do anything.
Yeah.
I guess.
Oh, that's the Elec!
Oh, they overthrew the Elec. Oh, that's huge.
That's huge, yeah.
Now. Nah, they're still doing nothing. Oh, maybe Assembly go overdrawn too. Huge. Oh, Assembly. I mean, they can play something this turn. They can actually play something because Delivery Drone does add a card back to the hand. They can do something.
Okay then.
Heaven forbid Eminem play this game. They can actually play this game.
We're playing this matchup really correctly though, just keeping a full hand.
No, they're playing it fine. It's just really funny to see this play out the way it has.
Let's see what this delivery drone is.
Security Rover's pretty good. I'm a fan of Security Rover. Yeah.
It looks a little bit like you now with the shirt and everything. Just put up your hoodie, and it looks like you. Paradox.
You're not wrong, yeah. To be fair though, this is a good hoodie.
There's one more bomb left for the bomb.
I was about to say, that's all the bombs gone. Yeah. Nah. I don't know what they're waiting for. I'm pretty sure they should have been going for Elysiana quite a while ago, to be honest. No. I know what they're doing. Tie. They're going for the tie. Oh no.
No. Here comes the execution.
I think they're going for the tie. I actually think that's what they're going for. I don't blame them either.
We need to ask admin, do we have a ruling on this? Do we have a ruling on ties?
I haven't heard a ruling on ties at this point.
Well,
I guess
this is going to be interesting though.
Production is going to tell us what happens to the event for ties soon. Hey.
I'm out of cards.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh no! Alright, here comes Luciana.
Elysiana can
no,
change things.
maybe the Bomb Warrior can still win and this won't be a tie. But this is very much looking like a tie at this point. We'll see. We'll see. Elysiana can do some very weird things.
Yeah.
But yeah, here we go. Elysiana number 1.
Let's see here. That's shit. That's just
Blood
bad.
Sail Corsair
Does nothing.
should not be that bad because your opponent can get weapons from Elysiana, right? I don't mind that.
Abomination is a bigger minion.
Do that.
Wrench Caliber is good.
Caliber!
Let's go.
The bomb
Mega
Dream is still
Devastator.
like, oh wait,
Dragon
is Dragon
Force
Ball
also
better?
huge.
Better, but they're both insane. Like either one of those is fine.
Festering Hulk is
Festering Hulk
okay.
is pretty good, yeah. This can draw you a card, but yeah, I think Enrage is better than that.
Let's stash that away.
Oh, okay. Alright, so I've been told that if it's a tie, then Eminem Gaming is going to concede just because they'll be like their opponents will be on the higher life too. On them, but yeah, this is not what anyone had in mind, especially not production, I'm sure.
This would be a good time for a master plan.
Alright, so
With this card.
Hey,
draw,
yeah.
Yes,
we're seeing now they just don't care about the bombs anymore. Yeah, now we can't go for the tie, we gotta try to win.
There's also the fact
No
that
fairness, they actually might get there. It's not a 0% game for them, but to win. They're gonna need some really good cards from Elysiana here, I think.
we
Few
should scrap
cards
out
left
that.
in the deck. Let's see, what do we have here? We got Scrap Hound that can deal with the 4-2. What else?
We can just Warpath this down and just punch face and
Warpath
hope that...
isn't that great in this matchup. I don't mind seeing
This would
Warpath
be a
here.
good time for
Yeah.
a master plan.
Depends again on whether or not God, I keep forgetting. Yeah, Aversio. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. It just depends on if Aversio want to try for the draw or if they want to try to kill him.
I love that fuse thing.
Still an option. They can still go for the win.
Well, with the double
Draw.
Wrench Caliber in deck now as well, the win is
Yeah,
higher
I was about to say.
probability.
But of course, they have to remember the cast of Wrench Caliber. Like ideally, you want to see Elysiana
Oh,
number
there's a
2
bomb?
is gone. No. Oh no, never mind. That is a bomb. Blind. I apologize. Oh, Elysiana number 1 for Eminem. What do they get?
Let's see here. Dynamite.
6. That's not too bad.
Spring Rocket is better, I think.
Hey, Spring Rocket does deal damage to face. That is true. Yeah, I get. Go for
Gore
Dynamite. Gore Howl. Good.
It's a huge
I'm
card.
a fan of Gore Howl, but they may take the Gurubashi Berserker because that's just a minion on board. I wouldn't be surprised if they take the Berserker here. Yeah, they're obviously going to think about this. They've got plenty of time. There's no
This
reason to
would be a
rush.
good time for a master plan.
Berserker, another Gore Howl.
Oh, I love
And they didn't take it. Yeah, they
Clockwork
took
Goblin,
Crowley,
please.
and then Clockwork Goblin. Yeah,
And the Hecklebot.
that could get Elysiana. That could get Elysiana.
Let's stash that.
Oh, this is spicy. Here comes the Wrench
People
Caliber.
tell me, nah, Paradox, this mirror match sucks. This mirror match is garbage. Why would anyone enjoy this?
This is so much fun.
Yeah. You're not playing it. That's the best part. It's only fun when you're not playing it.
Well, to be fair, we had a pretty dull moment for about 10 turns in the middle here. Now the exciting part starts.
So now the fun part when people realize they have to actually win the game. But Eminem realized, thanks to production, they have to actually win. They can't afford to die. Their own word, mind you. They have to win.
This turn, though, must be pretty soul-crushing for Eminem here. Seeing another Wrench Caliber after everything we dealt with. perfectly navigating around all the
help.
bumps.
Wait, they got another Boom
Boom
Reaver
Reaver.
and Security Rover and Explodinator. Dude, that was an insane Omega Assembly. Holy God.
That's like
This is, yeah, that's really huge.
like 2 of the best cards you can get from Mega Assembly, and then Explodinator, which is like
Oh,
mid-tier.
there's a Lysiana.
Clockwork Goblin coming
Remove the
down.
bombs when they need to, but yeah, this is getting very sketchy.
Did someone order a bomb? Yeah. Okay, let's see here now.
I'm waiting for the Hecklebot to show up to pull Archivist Elysiana
Oh, that's another
to
nice
Vicio's
caliber.
deck. So then they actually take fatigue damage. Bombs then become relevant.
Yeah.
Bulldozer is also going to be really good here just because it can rush. Elysiana! Oh!
That's a big minion!
It's a really big minion. They have no way of dealing with both of them. I mean, you can clear the 7-9, but this 7-7 is still gonna bonk you.
Then
Well,
let's hit them in the face.
I will be surprised if Eminem can win from here, like, honestly. This is looking really hard to recover from.
The Hecklebot.
Oh, did they get
Heckle
the Elysiana?
into the brawl. Into the brawl. That's Abomination.
Okay,
That's
bomb.
not a brawl.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you still brawl anyway, but that's a shame. They do have one more chance, though. They do have one more opportunity to get Elysiana out of their deck.
Yeah, because you get 2 cards every time
Yep.
you do discover.
Yep,
But this
you do.
second bench caliber would put the halt in their plans because then you shuffle the 3rd bomb into the deck, and now it's starting to get dicey.
Unless the Hecklebot wins the brawl.
Yeah.
Percent. Let's go.
And you can't even
I am up for being a 25% gamer, and I'm pretty sure Toast Monster is up for being a 25% gamer. Oh no, he's not up for being a 25% gamer. No, that does almost clear the board. That's pretty good too, actually. Yeah, that's not bad.
It's not half bad, yeah. That's the bomb. Oh, doesn't matter. You have so much health.
I mean, they're going to be taking 7 more.
Yeah. Look at this. Your hero power, bench caliber, explodinator. All the rest of this goes fits.
That's pretty good. I mean, you're playing 2 cards this turn, so you're down to 8 in hand, so you don't have to worry about overdrawing.
Yeah. So
I think you can save Execute for later, yeah.